better than anybody.
We do, because so the race started in Ashland, which is right next door to Hopkinton. The original starting line was on Pleasant Street in Ashland back in 1897. And if you stop there now, that's what you're going to see. Marathon Park and monuments marking the spot. And you ask why Ashland? Before the first marathon, a race official hopped on his bike in Boston's Back Bay. He rode west for 24.5 miles along the Boston to Albany railroad tracks and then ended up there in Ashland. So that's what became the starting line. There were slight changes to the course over the next couple of decades. The big change happened in 1924, right there when the official length of the marathon was established at 26.2 miles, pushing that start line a few miles back to Hopkinton Common.
And you pronounce it, how do you say, it's one of those words. Is it Ashland or Ashland?
Tomato, tomato.
Tomato, tomato. John, it's Ashland or Ashland, doesn't matter.
As long as, and I know, like, we don't want to speak bad of the place, just as long as you don't spend too much time there.
Right,
just want to get through it and go to the next
Right,
one. And then you don't want to spend too much time in Natick either. And I understand with the Scream Tunnel and all the co-eds, you might want to dawdle a little bit there in Wellesley, but the quickest guy here, the quickest gal here is what you're trying to get to. Framingham is the third of the 8 towns and cities that you go through. Marcel Hoog and Daniel Romachuk. Like, I feel like that's the battle. The third place, because the podium is really, that's an important spot. You want to be at on a podium in the major. That's going to be the real fight in the men's race.
It is. Marcel Hoog and Daniel Romachuk have been really, really strong over the marathon distance for the past few years. And this is a good position for Daniel Romachuk to be in. He struggles on the downhills. Marcel Hoog is an incredible coaster. And Daniel's strength is more in the climb. So if Daniel can hang on and stay within striking distance of Marcel Hoog, when they hit Heartbreak Hill, when they hit that second half of the race where the topography kind of changes, you don't want to be climbing head-to-head against Daniel Romachuk.
And on the right, only 2 in the frame, but there's 4 or 5 of them right there in the women's race that are very much going to contest this. We'll need all 26 miles, I think, to sort this thing out. A
little bit of a lead switch over on the women's side. We saw Eden Rainbow Cooper and Manuela Sharp pulling ahead early on. They hit a little bit of a flat. Susanna Scaroni over on the far side. And this is Eden Rainbow Cooper in the red helmet now, coasting up around. But you can see the difference. Susanna Scaroni and Catherine de Bruyne are so strong on those flats. They just hit a downhill. Eden Rainbow Cooper and Manuela Sharp back in the frame. So this is going to be a battle all the way.
It's going to be a great race. We're here for all of it. The men are probably now, already they're less than an hour away. So as we throw it back to Ed, Maria, and Hannah, talk fast.
Talk fast, right?
We will. Let's go. Go, Ed, go.
Run even quicker, right? So we have quite a team out there today covering all 26.2 miles to this iconic course. And this year, a special correspondent joins our team.
Oh, yeah. Many of you will remember him from one of ABC's most successful television franchises. He was The Bachelor in season 25, on Dancing with the Stars, a wide receiver at Wake Forest, and a food blogger, too.
Yeah, a food blogger, and so many people's favorite Bachelor for sure.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that he's taken up marathons, our friends Matt James, is because he's a food blogger. But first, Matt, listen, you have run a bunch of these things. Tell us about the conditions out there today for all of the runners, the 30,000 of your best friends that'll be with you.
Well, this coat isn't very telling of how good it feels, but, you know, I'm a weenie having trained most of my running in Florida, so I'm just trying to stay warm before the race starts. It feels amazing. The sun's out, and there's not a lot of people in jackets aside from me.
You also trained in Kenya, I understand, with many of the top runners coming from there. What did you learn from that experience?
I mean, just appreciation. I mean, they put in so much work, and they're just such joyful runners. I think in the States we put a lot of pressure on ourselves, and there they run to have fun. And I'm going to try to channel that, and I want to try to show that through what we have planned for the broadcast through our cameras and the glasses.
Okay, yeah, show us that, because you have these really cool-looking shades, but as we're looking at pictures of you, you know, with champagne. That'll have to wait till after the race.
Cool, right?
Yeah, but show us what you're going to be doing for us today with those shades.
So I think it's super important that everyone gets the view of a runner in the actual race. So the POV that people are going to see back home is these Ray-Ban Meta glasses that have cameras in them, and it's unlike anything else. Having experienced the race, in the race, you'll feel like you're running down First Ave, down Heartbreak Hill, up Heartbreak Hill. I'm just excited for people to see what I'm seeing on the race.
Matt, are we going to feel what you're feeling? Are we going to be sweating? Are we going to be going up Heartbreak Hill like you are?
We're going to be feeling it for you.
Well, I have I'm going to take in all the energy from you all. There's a lot of side quests that I have planned. I saw a bouncy house coming in that I'm going to try to jump on. So this race is about having fun today.
Matt, the only thing I'm going to say is if you have cool glasses like that, you're not a weenie. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Matt's always cool. There he is. His 8th marathon today and
Good luck,
second
Matt.
Boston. Yeah,
Good
we'll
luck.
be checking with you
Good luck, Matt.
throughout the race.
You'll be great.
Good luck, Matt.
Thank y'all. See you out on the course.
We will see you out on the course. We're back on the course as the 129th running of the marathon is well underway. There's the silver bullet, Marcel Hoog. We're live here at the Boston Marathon. Our coverage continues right after this.
Back here at the 129th Boston Marathon, presented by the Bank of America. We are about 24 minutes into the men's race, 21 minutes into the women's race. And Marcel Hoog is out in front, and he has stretched a lead over Daniel Romanchuk. And on the right, Catherine Groom. First timer, what is she like? What doesn't she know here?
The thing that's really challenging about Boston is that second half. The first half of this race is so fast. The women are averaging in the 3 mile an hour range, or 3
minutes,
minute mile range, which is so fast, but it all changes. The second half of this race is really challenging. That's where the climbs are. And it's important to save enough in the first half that you're able to climb when you hit those.
So if I'm the other three who have been here and who have won here, am I like, I'm okay where I'm at because I don't know that she doesn't know what she doesn't know yet.
It's a really good position for the four of them to be in. If you're sharing the work, it always feels a little bit easier. And you can see right now, just watching, Manuela Schar's in second. And if you're comparing stroke counts between her and Catherine, Catherine's pushing harder. She's pushing faster than Manuela is to stay in that second place. But you don't want to be there for too long. So Catherine's pulling out, letting Manuela come up. looks like everyone has kind of settled in a little bit. They've slowed down. They're kind of trying to feel it out to see what's going to happen next and if anyone's going to make a move, when it's going to happen.
And there is Marcel Hug. He spends a lot of time racing alone. And I don't know if that's difficult or not, but he spends a lot of time out there with no one, in his within even any, hundreds of yards of him. Take a look at where they are on the course. 10 miles in, essentially. The dot on the right is Marcel Hug, and the yellow dot, and the women, that lead pack of 4, they're 7.5 miles in. 10-mile mark still puts you in Natick on your way to Wellesley. And the women's race just behind, and now we can zip over to see that. Look at all these. I don't know the street names, and every time I see something that close up, I feel like we're going to tell people about severe weather. But it is such a nice day out, we don't have to worry about that. Take a look at him again. Yeah, so the difficulty of Marcel just having to be out there and race alone.
Marcel is a very calculating racer. He has a plan. He knows what time he wants to run. He knows what mile splits he wants to hit. He knows what average speed he wants to hold. And so it's challenging to be out on your own, but also he's running his own race. He doesn't care what anyone else is doing, and it's worked really well for him. And, after doing this for so long, he's probably pretty used to being out on his own. You can see him checking under his shoulder. Daniel Romanchuk was really close to him for quite a while. He's now about 30 seconds back, but Marcel keeps checking to see if he's there, if he's closing that gap or not.
I'm looking at the last 2 victories, 23 and 24. He beat Romo by almost 11 minutes in 23 and 5 full minutes back in 2024. Men's race is coming up at 9:47. So I'm looking, we're about 13 minutes away from that. So that's where we're going to lean on Meb Keflezighi right now, the 2014 champion in this race. And I guess we should start with Sisai Lema, since he was the defending champ, if we're going to start anywhere about sorting out who's going to win this race.
He did amazing last year, going out so fast, 1 hour and 19 seconds. I thought it was suicidal, but he was able to hold it off. But we have Evan Chebet, the 2-time champion and 3rd last year. He wants to back his title. And then we also have John Courier, who had a big day in Chicago by running 2.5-minute PR. So he's excited to be here, to want to be like his brother to win the Boston Marathon. And Connor Matz, a banner year last year, just huge day. And he's the top American in the Olympics and a half marathon American record holder. He's excited.
And there you see Lema after his finish. He went out 60:19, ran away from the field after about 5K and ran solo. He looked like Marcel Hug. I'll just be out here by myself. And there you look at some of the fellas that Meb mentioned. Evans Chebet, who wasn't terrible. I mean, he finished 3rd last year when he came through. John Courier, who's getting better and really kind of at the right age for marathoners. And then Connor Mantz, who has run so well, whether it was winning the trials, whether it was an 8th place finish at the Olympics, or how much can I translate the halves that he's run? Because he ran the American record in Houston, and then he ran 2 seconds faster, though not eligible for a record, in New York at their half.
Big confidence builder for him to be able to compete against the best of the best in the world. He got 2nd at the Houston half marathon, and he got 2nd at the NYC New York City half, so he can compete with anybody.
I always worry about the halftime, because you got to also run the other half, right, Carrie?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have to save a little bit of something. Remember how the downhills really affect your quads in this race. But looking at this man, Meb, Sisai, knowing that he is the defending champion, that's a lot of pressure.
It is a lot of pressure, but you have to be comfortable. Everybody trying to do what you have done. He has won now. He can relax a little bit, but at the same time, as an athlete, we want to win the back-to-back champion. It's not an easy task, but they have done the training to see what happens today.
And by the way, that's an easy way to tell if you were a champ here, because you have your first name on your bib. So you see Sisai for Lema, and everybody else, Courier is John Courier, is just Courier. Evans Chebet was an Evans. So as we get down and get ready for the start of the men's marathon, 1897 for the first one, and 2025 today.
And the fastest long-distance runners in the world make their way east to Boston, and Mark will be joining them in just a little bit. Thank you, Mark.
Hear the PA announcer talk about Mark. That's Mark Baumann, who is the starter for this. Mark is trying to finish the Boston Marathon for the 56th straight year.
Wow.
56 in a row. He's got 55 under his belt. He's got the gun. He starts them, and now he's got to go ready and get ready for his race. Great overhead shot. There they are, out of the foliage, and 26 miles on their way. As we take a look at some of the competitors in this field in the elite division, the pro division. We talked about Lema and Carrere and Chebet. Zibri and Cotet, he's certainly a guy that could be a factor in this race.
I really like him. He came here last year, finished 9th. He said, I have a lot of revenge. That he emailed me and said, I want to win. I want to come back and do better. So keep your eye on him.
5 names there. Meb, I'm going to pick out Victor Kiplagat because he's the world champ.
You know, being the world champ is huge, and he has run really fast, and he should be able to be a contender now. You know, the Boston Marathon course is very challenging to see how it happens.
Abel Kipchumba's a fine runner in there. Patrick Tiernan, who anybody that follows NCAA cross country, remember after Edward Cheswick had won 3 in a row, he comes through. Isn't he a Villanova guy?
Yes, he is. You got it in.
All right. And because they're always linked together, Connor Mance and Clayton Young are together, even though they are separate people. And off we'll go. And I'm curious to see how Connor Mance negotiates this. He and Ed Eyestone, his coach, with the plan they've come up with, because the first time he ran it 2 years ago, he decided, you know what, I'm just going to run with Kipchoge and see what happens there. And maybe that's not the best decision right away.
You know, Kipchoge was here, and everybody wants to be in the camera with them, but
Right.
Connor was not. Connor was on the sideline just saying, run his own race, but, you know, he got the taste of what the Boston Marathon course looked like, so I think it's going to make a big advantage for him to have run that race.
Yeah, and listen, I get the photo op with Eliud Kipchoge, but in this case, and he ran with him for like 23 miles, so it wasn't like he just was up there for the picture. But eventually those hills got him and wore him down, and he dropped back to finish in 11th place. The men early on, easiest mile they'll run, gentle downhill, you're fresh, you got all kinds of adrenaline. And then you get to this, and Amanda, these people are working right now.
Marcel Hoog already at 11 miles. He's coming up on the half pretty soon. All alone, like we are so used to seeing him. But the women's race is where I think there might be some real excitement here. Still a pack of 4. Catherine De Bruyne leading now. There have been quite a few lead changes. And looks like they are hitting a climb at the moment.
It's easy to tell the climbs, right? Because the pace at Armstrong just slows so much.
Those road conditions affect the wheelchair racers so much. The downhills, Marcel Hoog coasting right now. Some of the downhills on this Boston Marathon course can be upwards of 40 miles an hour. But those climbs, 6, 7, 8 miles an hour sometimes, depending on the wind, and it just grinds.
So you said Marcel coming up on the halfway point, and you look at his times and you just think, okay, well that's impossible. He 35:57 last year when he ran the course record, sub 36 for the half. That's just dumb.
He's changed the sport. There has been no one else who can run times like this consistently. And he just always looks so smooth, so calm, so together.
And then to come back in 39:36 is also kind of ridiculous. You know, to do both of those. 3 times he's set the course record here, including the last 2 years as he comes through. The women's race record is held by Manuela Schär. She ran 1:28.17 back in 2017. Just nice single file line. Just looked like a train. Didn't you tell me, we talked about Bob Hall and his chair. You told me like there was a time you guys daisy chained that thing and went down hills?
There used to be a limit to the length of the racing chairs, and they were really, really short.
Right.
And they were short enough that the athletes could actually reach over and grab onto the backs of the chairs in front of them and coast down the hill at 40 miles an hour in a chain of like 10 or 12 people. There were some crashes early on in the road races, and I think that explains why.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know that that's a great idea unless you need a little bit more adventure in your life as opposed to what you get with that. Now easing on down that hill.
Manuela Schar now here taking the lead. The women have really pulled back a lot. This has turned into a much more tactical race than we've seen here in the past few years. Last year on the women's side, it was just like the men's. Eden Rainbow Cooper took off. She was the only woman we saw for the whole race. So I think that everyone here is trying to feel out what's going to happen next.
Manuela Schar now outpacing the group first. Taking her turn in the lead as it is. I know you tell me that's not what it is. I think you should share the work, but
the women are actually pretty good about taking turns.
Okay.
Most of the time they spend, 3/4 of a mile to a mile up at the front before they pull off.
Men in for the last, 6 minutes into this race. So off they go. They went through the first mile. I said the first mile was going to be less than 4:34. David Monty, 4:30. Oh, the undertakes it. So close, but that's still very quick. It's the most comfortable 4:32 mile that any of them will win. Our man with the men's elite runners this morning is WCVB's Josh Brogadier. Man knows the route, he knows the race. Josh, give us some first impressions from the road as we welcome you in for the first time this morning.
Well, John, thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. This is my 16th time covering Boston, my third in the best seat in the house. And my seat right now shows me Connor Mance out in front, along with Rory Linkletter, his buddy Clayton Young not too far behind, and also Patrick Tiernan. What does that tell me? They want to get a head start to try to make sure they are there at the end of this race and setting the pace. Sasai Lema, he is farther behind right now. He told us the other day, I was way out in front. I went for all the downhills in my first win. This time, I'm going to be with the group. He has a different strategy. Maybe that surprises some people. It really shouldn't. A different strategy can still be the win. You take it as it comes, and I'm thrilled to be here with all of you. John.
Thank you, Josh. Good to have you out there and keep track of Sasai Lema. That's good for Josh, too. He'll get to see everybody this time because, at 5K last time, Lema took off and Josh was just riding. He was a one-man guy. And now he gets a chance to look at the entire field. We're going to look at the women's field because they're coming up here in just a couple of minutes. And much like Sasai Lema is where you start, we start with the defending champ here, Hellen Obiri, not because she's won once, because she's won twice and 3 in a row. Well, that's history here.
And she seems super loose, but I think the thing is this time she's coming into this race without any races since this past summer where she was third at the Olympic Games. I mean, look at the joy that she had. You could see her family. We're all getting to know her daughter really well, Tanya. She is everywhere, and she is very excited for her mom. But I really think that the pressure for her seems like it would be really high this year with being one of those other 4 women that have won 3 in a row, but she doesn't seem like that. Her coach, Dathan Ritzenheim, told me she is fitter than she's ever been, so look out. But Amane Bariso, we have to talk about her. She's
another
the fastest.
World champ?
Yeah, another world champ. She's the fastest in the field. Look at that, 2:14. I mean, her PR is so fast that you have to have her in conversation. And guess what? She was runner-up here in 2023, so she knows the course. Sharon Lokedi, runner-up from last year. I really like Sharon. She knows how to race on technical courses, which this is. She's coming here with a new personal best from the NYC half just a few weeks ago. So really excited for her. And Kira D'Amato, this is really that course that sort of set her up. She ran here in 2018. She came and raced and sort of kicked off her professional career here again. And she just is a joy to watch. And I think that we're going to see some great things from her today, too.
Out at the start line as the women get ready for their race. You mentioned
a little less than 1 minute to go.
The fastest PR in the field.
Yeah.
And it doesn't belong to Hellen Obiri. She's got the 11th fastest time. What is it about her? Right, because you're not even close to the fastest time, and yet what is it about her as a competitor, or what does it say about her as a racer that she has had all this success?
Well, I think what I really like about her is that she's so confident in her kick that she was great on the track, she's great on the roads, and she knows what her talent is, and that's just to sit, hang on, and outkick everybody.
There's Des Linden on the line for the last time, mentioned that she is retiring from competitive marathoning after this race. We'll take some time to give Dez's great career some perspective, but first we got to get this race underway.
And there they go. 2025 Professional Women's Division is heading east. Patty Hung will be chasing them.
What a great description of the course there by the PA announcer. I know Ed Harding had a wonderful, he took us through every town and great course map that he went through. But really, here's what you need to know. Head east. Okay, when you get to the line and all the people, then you can stop.
Hurry up and get here.
Yes, there you go.
Well, we have such a great field. Irene Cheptai, I mean, this woman is actually someone that I think doesn't get enough attention. She was third at the Chicago Marathon this year and just really kind of lying underneath the radar in such a nice way that she can just go and run her race. Edna Kiplagat, look at that. Still here and runs so well on this course. So a lot of people say if they can run with Edna or Des, they know they're going to have a great day. And can we just give a big shout out quick to Des again? She did mention this is going to be her last 26.2. But people, she's still talking about running even longer. So we're going to see her even longer out there. She's going to do the ultras, I think a 50 miler next fall already.
I don't think we have to be quick when we talk about Des. I think we should say that she's run 12 times at this race and that this is where she ran her first marathon and she loves this town and she's been such a great supporter of races for the BAA as has the Boston Athletic Association been for her, and she won this race in 2018 and I don't know that we should just zip through her right there in perspective of her career. She really Olympic, she's one of the defining members of a generation that she ran it.
She is a legend. And you know what else that we love about Des Linden is that she gives back to the younger generation of runners. She's constantly looking out for them. I mean, she wears a lot of hats. She's not an agent, but she probably could be. She's now putting on races. She has her podcast with Kara Goucher. I mean, she's just doing a lot for the sport. And so, yeah, I'm just big ups to her for everything that she does. And I'm going to miss her over 26.2.
Some flowers for Des Linden, who also has the laurel wreath for winning this. And all four races now, the four main races are out on the course, and then the four waves of the people are still to come, right? The races are out front. The marathon is in the back. There's Connor Mance. He's there early. Will he be there late? Last American to win this race, Meb Keflezighi, in 2014. So we'll keep an eye on those things here. A lot of running to be had. Actually, a lot of running to go, and then they'll eventually get to the racing as we go back to Maria, Ed, and Hannah.
And John, you mentioned it, Ed's fabulous piece. So here you go, America, the iconic Boston Marathon course as it snakes through those 8 cities and towns.
Hills, twists, turns, even train tracks to dodge.
Train tracks to dodge. As John mentioned, the simple explanation is to head east. So this is a little more complex look at that head east. This is a story inside every one of those 26.2 miles.
The course starts at Route 135 in Hopkinton, a quaint, historic town west of Boston, established in 1715. Runners start at the town common, 26.2 miles from the heart of Boston's Copley Square. The downhill start takes you into Ashland, and by the time you hit Framingham and then Natick, runners begin to separate. And as you approach Wellesley, they encounter a tradition that's been around for decades. It's called the Scream Tunnel at Wellesley College, where screams are deafening and kisses are no surprise. This energetic spot marks the halfway point. Route 16 takes you right into Newton Lower Falls. And immediately as you come out of the falls, a warm-up hill. It's a warning of what's to come. Heading toward Commonwealth Avenue, runners make that right turn at the Newton Fire Station, and staring you right in the face, the first of 3 inclines, collectively known as Heartbreak Hill. Survive that, and you'll see the run through beautiful Boston College, hit Cleveland Circle, be careful of the trolley tracks, and then turn left onto Beacon Street in Brookline. Next up, Kenmore Square, where if you look to the right, you'll see Fenway Park. Soon after, that Citgo sign is right in your face, a welcome sight, as runners realize they have just over a mile to go. The last stretch on Commonwealth Avenue, we say Com Ave here in Boston, and it's right onto Hereford, left onto Boylston, and then the final charge. 4 blocks to the finish line of the world's most famous marathon.
26.2 miles and only 5 turns the whole time.
And it all ends up right here, but a lot of racing between now and then. All 4 races on the Boston Marathon course right now. Back to John Anderson as we take a look at the women's professional field. John?
Thank you, Hannah. Big pack of runners. A year ago, they had, 15 or 16 all the way through the first half, up through 20 miles before they finally got to 23, and it broke down to a 3 women's race. And Helen O'Beary trying to win her 3rd straight. As you can see, that's an exclusive club that has accomplished that feat. Fatuma Roba of Ethiopia was the last to do it between 1997 and 99. And then just before that, the previous 3 years, Uta Pipik had done it. And then you saw Sarah Mae Berman and Bobby Gibb, who did it really before there was a women's division. But we honor her, too, from 66 to 68 as she went through. So all 4 races. So we have, in this race, wheelchairs, runners, hand cyclists, and one dude on a horse. There's Paul Revere. Well, not the real guy. He's a reenactor. He was all about the North Church. Here in Boston at the marathon, they run to the South Church, and the bells play for the champion. He read a proclamation, and basically what he said is, the runners are coming, the runners are coming. It's the Boston Marathon, presented by Bank of America. Back here at the 129th Boston Marathon, presented by Bank of America. Marathon Monday, as you see, all 4 professional races are on the road and on their way to Boston. As we touch on all of them, men's wheelchair, ESPN2 and WCVB are projecting that Marcel Hoog is going to be the winner for the 8th time. Not all of the precincts are in the women's race just yet. As Amanda, we've got a group of 3 or 4 that are very much in contention there.
So many lead changes for the women. This is Manuela Schar, the course record holder, back up in the front. Eden Rainbow Cooper, little bit of a gap off the back right now.
Professional men's race. Yeah, still a lot of precincts that have not reported. Meb?
You know, it's a great race going on here. Downhill start, obviously, 4:32 first mile, 4:38 second mile, 4:44. And they're under 14:25K, so they've been patient, but at the same time, they're using their energy as efficient as they can at this point.
12 seconds faster than race pace through that 5K, and at 5K last year is when Lemma took off. And the women's professional race, Carrie, yeah, we're still undecided there.
Well, we are very undecided, very slow at the beginning here. 5:46 through that first mile. Now they're heading into that third mile here just to see where people are. But guess what? All of the big dogs sitting in the back. They're waiting, and that is exactly what we heard. These women were not going to push the pace early on.
Okay, so there's the fastest way, I guess, but in the absence of having an F-15, fly over here at the Boston Marathon. Wow. Fantastic shot there. I thought Paul Revere on a horse was good, but look at those guys zip by. Part of the pageantry of this event as it stretches 26 miles from Hopkinton to Boston. There's the professional men's field as they're working around some traffic.
You know, John, you were talking about Patrick Tiernan. He's part of this great group at Puma, led by Alistair and Amy Craig, and just having a phenomenal year, that group and that synergy. I heard he wanted to be up front. He wanted to stay out of traffic and be up there. It looks great.
And there's the women's race. Again, as you said, the ones that we would expect to be the contenders are more than happy and content to right now let others take the lead. WCVB's Alexis Beckett is on the course for the first time with our marathon team. We've put her in charge of those women's elite field and history because Helen O'Beary is going for a third straight win. Alexis, give us your view here from up front this morning.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. I'm so excited to be here about 2 miles in, and I just can't believe that I truly do get the best seat in the house. To start, the American women were mostly leading the pack for about a mile, and then we had Ramatusa and we had Amani Bariso come up and make a huge difference in the way that this front pack looks. And like you said, Helen O'Beary, Carrie talked about the pressure that's on her. I asked Helen, how much pressure is it? And she said, look, it's definitely there, but like she said, I am so confident in my training. You see, she's tucked away here in the back, but that's not anything to be unexpected. So we'll keep you updated. I'll send it back to you guys at the finish line.
All right, thank you, Alexis. She'll be right there, right along till about the last half mile when she's finally got to get out of the way and let them chase down Boylston Street. Women, second mile, go through at 5:23. Those first couple of miles always a little quicker because it's kind of a rolling, gentle downhill. And now you go back and get ready for that first wave of runners. There are 4 waves of runners. Those people have all trained.
30 seconds to go. This will be the last announcement.
Got to be quick to get in this field. There are some time limits. Got to, if you're 18 to 30, I got to run less sub 3 hour just to qualify for this thing. So the champion is not in that group, right? But everybody there has a bib and they get the experience to run the great Boston Marathon.
Yeah, I mean, it is a wonderful marathon. It's a wonderful atmosphere, and I think everybody just is so jazzed up. It gets them through their winter, actually.
And there they go, wave 1, some 8,000 plus taking off from the start line. Here it's a fast downhill.
I guarantee you,
you might want to save a little.
1897, a dude did not shoot a selfie of himself as he took off running down there.
Mab's getting some ideas for next year.
Kids, put your phones down, man. Even if you're running a marathon. I guess maybe flip it over your buddy.
Yeah, I'd pull a hammy if I did that.
But Mev, you've run somewhere you've just been with, you've paced different people. Have you ever stopped on the course and taken a selfie with people?
I have not stopped and take a selfie on the course, but I have run among the great people of racing, or it's great to be among them, to be able to just share stories, and they do come next to me and take a selfie.
I was going to say, that's on the course. How about just walking through town, how many times you take them?
That's 1,000 times.
I always wonder, though, if Mev stops and gives kisses at Wellesley.
You could, for
that
sure.
I didn't.
You did, no.
Men are through 5 miles. They've run 23:14 through the first 5 miles as these guys are just getting started. Rip the shirt, how cliche. By the way, did you catch early on there was a guy in a banana suit?
Oh,
Did you
yeah.
see him? Yeah,
oh,
there
you're
was
going to see all kinds
Chiquito
of
in the
things
back.
today.
Wheelchair, men's professional, women's professional. Great stuff, great racing. Right now, everybody's kind of running. We'll get into the racing as they get deeper into this course as we go back up to Ed, Maria, and Hannah.
This is our favorite part, seeing that first wave go off.
We were cheering here.
Yes, the everyday runners beside the elite runners is just so cool.
Oh,
isn't
yeah.
it?
Without a
And
question.
marathon legends Bill Rogers and Bob Hall are the grand marshals this year.
And for a good reason. It was on this very day 50 years ago when Bill Rogers won the first of his 4 Boston Marathon titles.
But on the same day, the race actually changed by another man, a man in a wheelchair, Bob Hall, who helped pave the way for thousands of athletes everywhere. Take a look.
This is the guy who changed everything.
They were both on the course in April of 1975.
That first day, you put the wheelchair on the line and you're ready to go. What did you feel like?
I was very excited.
For the first time ever, right there in the middle of the thousands of runners, Bob Hall in a wheelchair. And the chair he raced in.
We had hospital chairs.
Hospital chairs.
Yes.
Modified, changed the angle, made the front a little more stable, steering on the forks.
Those are not designed to go 26.2 miles.
Not in the first day.
Bob showed us one of those early racing chairs.
The steering mechanism.
The makeshift steering.
So you don't grab it and turn it, you strike it.
Like this.
Yeah.
And the more you can go all the way around as a follow-through.
Yeah.
Gives you that snap.
Yeah.
Additional speed.
And I look at Marcel Hoog's helmet. What kind of a helmet did you wear back then?
Paper cap.
The paper cap.
Bob and his paper cap reached Commonwealth Avenue in Newton.
I'm looking up for the Citgo sign.
Through Kenmore Square to Hereford.
Just seeing the crowds and brought a smile to my face. I knew I had done it.
To the finish line. Bill Rogers was on the course that day with his friend. Rogers won that marathon, and now 50 years later,
we're getting old, Bob.
They both celebrate their victories that day.
It's autographed by the legendary Bob Hall. You left your mark on this sport, you know that, don't you?
Wow, what was that like, being able to spend time with Bob Hall?
The nice thing, honestly, in the hundreds of years I've been at Channel 5, I've gotten to know Bob Hall very well.
Yeah.
So we've had a number of occasions where we got, but he couldn't believe it's 50 years.
I know.
He can't believe it's 50 years.
You know what's so cool as we see Marcel Hoog is out there.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going to win his 8th Boston Marathon, and he's always looked up to Bob Hall, and he started racing in a Bob Hall chair. He met Bob Hall for the first time this week.
year?
This year.
This week.
Yeah.
That's
So I can't
amazing.
wait. You know, obviously, if he wins today, we'll talk to him about that. But I think that's really nice. He finally got to meet his
And
idol.
compare the two, right? I mean, Bob
Yeah.
Hall did it just under 3 hours, and Marcel Hoog's going to do it in barely over an hour.
Right, which is absolutely stunning as we celebrate this 50th anniversary of Bob Hall. And there he is.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Yeah, Bill Rogers and Bob Hall, our grand marshals. Can you guys hear us okay?
Yes.
Yes.
We
oh
hear
my
you
gosh.
great.
I mean, Bill, you've dedicated so much of your life to really proving that anybody can be a runner no matter what the distance. Just how gratifying is it for you to see where this sport is today?
Today is like the ultimate honor to be here, you know, with Bob and the people of Boston, the BAA, Bank of America support to build this race into the future. But Bob was the first person to ever do a wheelchair marathon. So he is, I don't know how we can really get a grasp on what he did because he was alone.
Yeah.
And I was following a lot of other people, my college teammate who won here and all that. But it's such an honor.
Yeah.
Bob, do you realize what you've done to this sport? I mean, you have changed the direction it went in, and for 50 years, it's growing leaps and bounds.
Well, I've certainly grown to appreciate what I've done, and I'm so excited that others have followed in my footsteps, so to speak. The growth of the sport through better athletes, better trained athletes, better equipment. I feel that each and every one of these individuals competing this weekend on Monday, I feel a part of them. I feel each of them is a victory for me.
Bill Rogers, John Anderson here in the booth. And first off, I make sure everybody has proper perspective. Bob created one sport essentially by himself. But the appreciation we should show for you on the 50th anniversary of the first one, because between you and Frank Shorter and some of the other guys in that late 70s, like you, I feel like you built the sport of marathoning and brought a renewed, maybe not renewed, but a certain gravitas and weight to this event and really made it what it is today. When you look back at your place in history, where do you see yourself?
You know, Frank Shorter led the way for everybody in our country and worldwide with his gold medal victory in Munich. And we all saw it, and it changed our country. And I think it motivated people to say, you know what, this guy, this American took a gold medal. I'm going to get out the door too and try it. And so that's what I did. And Bob was kind of like the Frank Shorter of wheelchair racing, gold medalist, in his mind and everything. So that's what the Boston Marathon is really about. It's always a record-breaking, doing things that other marathons didn't do or couldn't do because of its history with the Boston Athletic Association. This is about history here in Boston.
Well, you are a seminal figure, not just in Boston, but in marathon racing and in American track and field culture. And Bob, real quick, I have Amanda McGrory up here, and she's got a question for you.
Bob, as a wheelchair racer, incredible to have the opportunity to talk to you now. And looking at racing today, your designs have inspired so much of the modern day wheelchair racing designs. When you started building chairs, when you started all of this 50 years ago, did you have any idea that wheelchair racing could look like this today?
Well, I knew it was going to evolve into something bigger and better than I may be able to do. I did the best I could up until the point where the equipment itself was far more forward than I could bring it. But I'm very humbled and excited that I did help bring it to the level what we see today. I know what it takes to build the equipment. I've analyzed a lot of things to bring the equipment to a level that really helps the athletes. And as we see today, it's a result of the performances that we see. And it brings me great thrills and honor to see such great times.
Two of the all-time greats. Bob Hall, thank you for your time. Bill Rogers, thank you for your time. Thanks. 50th anniversary for both of you. Careers and honors well celebrated and well deserved. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I still sit here sometimes, right, and I'm a fan. I'm like, wow, that's Bill Rogers. Like, he's that important as we see it. And there's Marcel Hug, from the first wheelchair racer to the greatest of all time. We're coming back here to the 129th Boston Marathon, presented by Bank of America on ESPN2 and WCVB-TV. Get up and run as soon as we're off the air.
You're watching the 129th Boston Marathon on WMUR.
Good morning, everybody. It is on. It is Marathon Monday. We are live here in Hopkinton, Massachusetts by the start line, covering all the action around the Boston Marathon.
Just a short time ago, New Hampshire's Thomas Cantera was announced here as he stepped off with the para division. He holds an event record. We've also had Wave 1 go. We're awaiting Wave 2 in about 15 minutes. starts in about an hour from now. We will see wave 4 with you at 11:15. How are you feeling?
I can feel the butterflies starting to pound here. My chest is starting to pound here a little bit too.
Starting to get real, I'm assuming.
It sure is.
Yeah, and gorgeous conditions out here for runners and spectators at the moment. Temperatures right in the lower range of the 50s, a little bit of a breeze, but sunshine, no wind, no rain, looking very nice out there for the runners as they get ready to go, or some of them have already stepped off and are on their way.
Thousands of runners pouring onto the course as we speak. WMUR's Catherine Underwood is live right by the start line where those runners have trained for months for this day. How's it going over there, Catherine?
Hey guys, listen, the party is well underway. As you know, it's hard for me to hear you. The runners have taken the course, many of them already, and the energy and excitement out here is palpable. I do want to tell you about a runner from Bow, New Hampshire, who we met just a little while ago, and she's going to be taking off any minute now. Her name is Emma Garfield, and she is a guide, and she will be running alongside a para-athlete who is blind. She got emotional this morning when she was telling us about how she's trained for this and how inspired she is by the group that she runs alongside.
Like again, it's really, really special. These people are the most resilient. It's the most resilient group. All of the athletes, everything that they've overcome to be here is just, I honestly don't have the words. It is so extraordinary.
You must feel so privileged to be a part of it.
I'm so honored to be part of this event. It's really the best day.
62 and served as a quartermaster.
It really is the best day. We have heard that from so many people. We spoke with another woman, a spectator, who was here very early this morning, and she told me she never misses a Marathon Monday because this is a day full of hope and full of proof that anything is possible. And with this weather, could be a record-setting day, right, guys?
It certainly could, and it's great to see that there are so many New Hampshire runners down here who will be taking on the course, but so many volunteers as well that have come down here to help out and make this race happen.
It really, they do rely on the volunteers when they, are putting together this event, definitely.
It's the 129th running of the Boston Marathon, presented by Bank of America. 26.2 miles on Patriots Day on ESPN2 and WCVB. Every race rolling, and the first wave of runners is out on the course as well. As you look at the men's race, and the Dilemma out in front once again. And this is a look at where Marcel Hug is, the men's wheelchair two-time defending champ, seven-time champ overall. He's got about 5K left to get here to our location of the finish line in Boston. He's made that hard turn. Doesn't appear that he's crashed at all this time, which, by the way, 1:15:33 is a remarkable time, and he crashed, which means he should have gone like 1:14, which would have been for. We're going to skip the 1:16 and 1:17s or 1:15s when he came through, but he is well on his way to yet another championship. He's got himself more than a 3-minute lead over Daniel Romachek. So that's a mile, right? When you tell people, oh, you're going to win by a mile, that's usually hyperbole. Dude wins by a mile.
By a mile. The gap is starting to close a little bit. Every year, Daniel Romachek gets a little closer and a little bit closer. But Marcel Hug is just so strong, and he's so strong on this course in particular. He's a great coaster. He is a great climber. He's so consistent.
Listen, you put the best talent in the best chair and you get the best results. And we get them again and again and again. Just watching that, you just you can just still see there's focus. He's way ahead, but those eyes are dialed in. He's ready to go. Look at the women's race, and there's Susanna Scaroni, and that pace tells you that she's working hard up that hill.
Susanna is definitely climbing right now, but this is such a smart move for her, and this is exactly where she wants to be. Catherine De Bruyne and Manuela Schär both started as sprinters. They've got a lot of sprint speed. Susanna Scaroni doesn't want to be in a position to sprint against either of them at the end. She made her move early. She's a strong climber. She's going to keep opening that gap up, and hopefully it'll just be her at the finish.
passing some of the other men's elite racers that are in that field. I imagine even that little bit helps, though. There's somebody I can go get. There's somebody I can chase.
Just somebody to chase, whether you're racing against them or not. Someone that you can catch, absolutely.
Women's pack carry, there you go. Roma Tusa's out there. Helen O'Beary, her gait is great because you can tell where Helen is when she runs.
Well,
they weren't there early, but they're all there now.
They're all together now, all the names, everybody's looking around. But I will have to say, Tusa, the one that is leading, she's coming off of a wonderful PB in the personal record, however you say it, at Houston this year, where she ran the half marathon really well. And so she has this confidence, but she hasn't quite run that marathon that's really been real flashy yet. So I think that this is really a big move for her to get her name out there, to get her confidence up there, and we'll see how she can handle it. But one woman we haven't seen touch the lead. She's been back in 8th, 9th. She's way on the right side there behind the motorcycle. That's Sharon Lokedi.
Yep.
I just love how this woman races. Listen, the worst that she's finished, I think, is 4th at the Olympic Games. I mean, you know, she did come into New York. She did have a good New York this year, but she had so many great races last year. And she, too, was an alternate at Paris, led in the final miles and ended up being 4th. But I really like Sharon Lokedi. I'm going to talk about her a lot because she was runner-up from last year. You gotta give her that attention.
Yeah, a couple of times she's been in really good battles with Helen O'Beary, but Helen's gotten her here both times.
Yep.
Riso is tucked back in there in 4th in the all blue.
Callie Thackeray, excuse me, newly married this year. She's in the middle of the pack. A lot of eyes on her as well. She's had a phenomenal 2024. Just want to give her parents and her mom a shout out. She went through breast cancer. She's still in that fight. But last year was really tough for Callie Thackeray because of the emotional roller coaster it takes when you have someone that special going through. But she's had a really, really good year. She's right in the middle of the pack. Annie Frisbee, she's back from injury. There's so many people in this pack, John.
Yep, had a great college career at the University of New Mexico, won a national championship there in cross country for Joe Franklin's team. Take a look at the men's race. Clayton Young's right there, got his shades on. He's in the middle. He doesn't have the magic shades like the Bachelor does. Those are just regular ones when he comes through. Lemma still out in front. Just this time he's got way more company than he had a year ago. Tiernan. Meb, that's a pack. How am I? And it's early in the race. I'm gauging other people around me. I'm worried strictly about myself. What am I doing as I run these early stages and with this group?
John, it's great to be in a pack because with the wind or knowing your teammate, like for example, Clayton Young and Connor Mans, they've been training together, so this is kind of almost like a tempo run for them, comfort. And for those other ones, it's good to evaluate, assess the strides, breathing, and just to be there is very important. And the race going great because they have not gotten some crazy move, just consistent, about 3 to 4 seconds per mile difference. So that's the reason we see the pack together.
Certainly a brisk pace right now, but nothing as crazy as it was a year ago. There's the silver bullet, and that's what he is right there, man. He is a silver bullet as he is closing in on yet another championship here in Boston.
Marcel Hug passed the 24-mile mark now, less than 2 miles to go to the finish. He crossed 24 miles at 1:14.12. He's on pace to run 1:21.03, which is not 1:15, but 1:21 is a fast marathon.
Well, the wind here is negligible, and the wind really affects in the chairs. You mentioned the difference between a tailwind and a wind in your face can literally be 20 minutes.
On this course, yes, it can be a 20-minute to 30-minute difference between having a nice tailwind and having a strong headwind here in Boston.
How about what do we have going here on the women's race? Because Scaroni has put some space between her and her best competitors.
Susanna is about 30 seconds ahead of the chase pack. She just crossed 20 miles, 1:11.08. She's on pace to run about 1:30, which will not break Manuela Schar's course record from 2017 of 1:28, but a really strong race for her, and she is in such a good position. Susanna's advantage over the rest of the pack is that she can push harder longer than anybody else. And when she gets that gap opened up, it tends to continue to grow because she is just going to keep working even if there's no one there.
So all those major hills, Heartbreak Hills. That's between kind of 18 and 21, and yet sometimes I feel like they also kind of show up and announce themselves in miles 23 and 24.
They do. I think the last 10, 15 miles of the Boston Marathon is the hardest part of this race because the hills come up on you fast and you don't really have a good recovery between them. But that's what Susanna wants. She wants to burn them out on the climbs.
Saw a quick view of the men's race, and Connor Mance very much in the shake-up there. And this guy is he's a one-man show. Marcel Hug coming into the final mile.
Marcel is so amazing to watch because it's really hard to tell whether he's climbing, whether he's going downhill. His stroke is so consistent. And if you look at his hands on his wheels, you can see how much coverage he's getting on the ring. That little bit at the bottom, if you think of the wheel like a clock face, that piece between 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock, that's where you get all of your power, the flick off the bottom. And Marcel is so good and so consistent about hitting that spot every stroke.
Yeah. There you take a look at the map so we can actually pinpoint him as he's going to go by Fenway Park. Red Sox today, by the way, playing the White Sox, fourth and final game of that series. That starts at 11:10 local time, so part of BP right now as he goes by. And for Hug, about to start a new streak, because we mentioned because of the injury he fell behind and took fourth in Boston, New York. Before that, 17 straight major wins, 44 consecutive podiums, all these numbers, and so he's going to start a new streak here as he is about to finish up officially yet another win here in Boston. They've got the, look behind us, they've got the finish tape out there for him as well as he gets to eventually come down Boylston Street to all the cheers.
Marcel Hug is through mile 25 at 1:17:25, holding pretty steady. His last 2 miles,
as quick
right
as you can see that
around
clock now.
3 minutes per mile.
Clock has him at 1:18:22. Another one of the great things about Boston, New York, Chicago, the great marathons here in the state. People appreciate excellence and greatness. They also appreciate everybody out here who's making an effort and running. Hug is, this is again, we saw the oldest sporting event in America with the Kentucky Derby. I feel like this is very much like watching the movie Secretariat where he's yelling at Ron Turcotte, just don't fall off the horse, right? Just make your way here.
That's it. All Marcel Hug needs to do is make it to the finish line now. He's got about almost a 4-minute lead on Daniel Romanchuk. That's continued to grow throughout the race. He's only been defeated 2 times on the road since 2021, both times by Daniel Romanchuk, but not in Boston today.
It's amazing. I get winning is contagious and you like that, but to win that much and not lose your motivation, because you know at some point, like I've won it 7 times and yet still trains, still gives the effort, still puts up these times. I think that's an amazing accomplishment as well.
Marcel Hug has said more than once that he just wants to see how far he can push the sport. He wants to see how fast he can go. He wants to see how far he can go. He wants to see how much he can drop those times. And he has been leading this field. He's a 6-time Paralympian. He's been leading this field for nearly a decade now. And he continues to lower the bar with every race.
Every year you go through, you do your research. Here's what I need to know about Daniel Romanchuk or Jesse Platz or David Weir or Josh Cassidy, so many of these great racers. And then it comes down to like, if I could just write down some stuff about Marcel Hug, we'll figure it all out.
Coming around those turns now.
There is the left onto Boylston. That's the biggie. Great shot of what has become and has been a lot of the recent marathons, just a one-man race. First of our 4 finishers. I don't know that Bob Hall wants a piece of him. And that's from behind him, as you can see. The finish line for him is just seconds away. Just another outstanding effort by him. We could give all the numbers. I guess you should just let greatness wash over you, right? Just watch him come in.
So amazing. This will be Marcel Hug's 8th career win here in Boston.
Yeah, like if we've said it once, we've said it 8 times. Marcel Hug is the Boston Marathon champion in year number 50. Part of greatness is to make it look easy. Part of our job is to explain to people it's not easy.
No, and Marcel Hug makes it look easy every single time.
And the church bells peal down the block here, as they do every year.
Women's race, Amanda. It's become kind of a one-person show here as well. A minute lead there for Susana Scaroni.
It's got about 5 miles left here. That lead has been growing. She started making those attacks right before Heartbreak Hill, trying to break up the pack, knowing that she didn't want to have to sprint at the end of this race. She is a great climber. She is really consistent. The finishing sprint is not Susana's strongest piece of her race.
Got to know what you can do. You got to know when you got to lead people, got to take advantage of when your strengths are and not leave it to other people. Congratulations there, BAA Director Jack Fleming. There's Bob Hall. Checking the splits, maybe. He's eyeing it up. You get the Boston, the BAA, the Boston Marathon app. You can track all your runners, which is great. Track your friends. Track the people that interest you in this race.
Something unearned.
Oh, look at all the joy. So we've got our first champion. 3 races still to go.
Yeah, it was really
Susana Scaroni looks to be on her way, but there are some people behind her if she gets a little careless. The men are at Natick, the women's race in Framingham, excuse me. Well, we've got her packs and packs of runners. We'll sort them out when we come back. Back here at the 129th Boston Marathon on ESPN2 and WCVB-TV. 3 races still out there. Women's wheelchair race closest to the finish as they get through Brookline. Natick is the men's professional runners are out there. And then in Framingham is the women's pack. Roma Tusa, Helen O'Beary there, Veriso, Cheptai, Indiwa, Cheptu, Sharon Loketti. It's a good group. It's a big group. And Alexis Beckett is out there following him. She's going to have us. Well, I love my seat here, Alexis, to sit and watch him, but I feel like you have really the best view of any of us. What are you seeing?
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Like you said, Tusa has been in front. Her and Amani Bariso have been kind of trading back and forth for the first spot. But for the past 6 or so miles, it's been this pack that you see right here. Hellen Obiri has been staying in the top 3. But like I said, it's been Tusa and Amani Bariso. Amani coming off of 5th at the Olympics. She was disappointed in that. She told me, she said, you race to win, and that's what she wants to do here today. I'll send it back to you guys at the finish line.
Thank you, Alexis. Trying to look through in that pack to see Yelemzer Fialho won the London Marathon in 2022. She was the champ. Annie Frisbee leading the American chart. She's still very much in that lead pack, and she's in the shakeup. And now Susanna Scaroni really turning it over.
Susanna, so strong, trying to make that gap as big as she possibly can right now. She's got no idea, but she is 1 minute and 15 seconds up on Catherine De Bruyne. That gap keeps growing. She crossed 22 miles at 1:19 and on pace for 1:35. So a little bit slower, but negligible wind today. No wind is great. A tailwind is better for the wheelchair racers on this course. So a really strong performance without a wind-aided finish here.
Doesn't know maybe exactly the gap of those trailing her, but everybody's been on this course enough to know exactly where they are each time and how they, I know you got to stay in the moment and the mile you're in, but you also got to know what miles are ahead, and so you can be smart and do the things that you said strategically she needs to do.
The biggest challenge for Susanna Scaroni was hanging in down those hills in the first half of the race so that she didn't need to do that much work catching up on the climbs. She stayed in, she stayed with the pack, and then when it was time for her to make her move, she was in position and ready to go. She ran this race absolutely perfectly to set herself up to be solo for these last few miles.
Competition's great. As viewers, as announcers, we love a good, exciting finish. If you are the racer, I imagine being up by a minute 15 is fine by me.
It's hard to race an entire marathon solo the way Marcel Hug often does. But when you're able to pull off a break like that, when you push with the pack for 10, 15 miles, you pull away and you're on your own, there is no better place to be.
And I'll get Meb and Carrie your thought on this too. Everybody has a good day. You go out and you feel, oh, I feel great. But for a marathon, you got to feel great for like 2 hours. It's not like, oh, I feel great today in my 800 and I can zip through 2 laps, right? Like you got to always be a little cautious in exactly how you work with that feeling of I feel great.
You know, when you taper and you're going to feel good, you're going to feel excited, but at the same time, you know it's a 26.2-mile journey, so you have to be patient and hold on for as long as you can.
Well, it's inevitable. They are going to hurt at some moment, and you have to just work through those ebbs and flows of the marathon.
The men are, as you can see, they're Wellesley in the screen tunnel. So in the words of the great Nicole Briscoe, let's make out, America.
To turn my volume down. This is amazing. So, I threw my husband under the bus one time. I said, I think he stopped and actually gave a kiss or two. And when I got home, he said, Carrie, I did not stop and kiss another woman. So sorry, Charlie, but you know, it is so fun going through that spot right there, isn't it, Meb?
It is absolutely amazing. The tunnel of sound is echoing, and here that's what you look for. It's a championship race, the Boston Marathon, and to kind of measure halfway point, and you know, just the sound of those people is amazing, carries you through.
Yep.
Take a look here as they go by one of those aid stations to see who's got their bottle all their bottles, and it's everything's exactly if they need to, who's going to take it, who's going to let it go, and who's going to keep running. Patrick Tiernan's got his through theirs. Just Give me a little squirt at this point, a little refresher, throw it away, and the race is on. As for the race that is finished, first one, men's champ Marcel Hug. Hannah, I don't know what you can ask a man the 8th time he's won this, and you didn't ask the first 7, but have at it.
Unbelievable. 8 is great, and Marcel Hug has a huge smile on his face. First of all, you just finished. How are you feeling in this moment?
I feel so good, so happy, so satisfied. Such a great day to win 8 times. It's an incredible number. Still needs some time to realize what happened, really, but I'm so happy.
Well, a year ago when we were here, this hand was bloody. You had crashed at the firehouse. What was your approach and your strategy this year?
About the same strategy. Just to have my good endurance, good pace, high pace. My downhill section was not so good like last year, but then after 10K I broke away from the group. And then, yeah, everything went well. Had no trouble in the curve, so I'm really happy.
Still managed a course record last year, by the way. I know you were able to meet Bob Hall for the first time, and this is the 50th anniversary of him opening up this sport. I mean, you can imagine what it is today. What was it like for you to meet him? Can you put into words what he's meant for you?
It was a really special moment to meet him. I mean, he's a real pioneer for our sport. He opened the door for us that we can race here in Boston. So we are so grateful, thankful that he had the courage to come here and do the Boston Marathon 50 years ago. And so, yeah, it was a really great moment.
Your first international race was in a Bob Hall wheelchair, and your first win here in Boston was 10 years ago. Think about that. How do you compare yourself now to the young man who won here 10 years ago?
It's incredible. Time flies. Yeah, now I have a lot more experience, but honestly, I still enjoy it to race here, same as 10 years ago. And every win is something special here in Boston.
How do you explain your dominance? You're one of the most dominant athletes in any sport in the world, and you have been winning for a decade. What does that take, Marcel?
I don't know. I think it's so much that need to fit together. I've now a lot of experience. I train a lot. I have a good team who support me. And yeah, I don't know. It's just hard work and do my best.
One of the things that we were wondering is what it's like for you to be all alone out front for so much of the time.
Yeah, at one point it's tough sometimes to be alone in the headwind, but yeah, you can keep up the pace for your own. There's no issue for strategies, no finish sprint, which is very helpful for me. But yeah, and in the end, the last 5 or 6K, I could just enjoy the crowd. It was incredible, so noisy, and they shouted. It was really nice. So thank you for this moment.
And what is it that makes you've won everything? Every major, you've won it all. But what is it that makes Boston special to you?
I mean, Boston is very special because it's a very historic marathon. I like the course. I like the people here, the crowd, the organization. We feel so very welcomed here. We are very much included in this field together with the runners. And yeah, I just love the city to be here, and yeah, it's so special.
Well, we talk about Bob Hall's legacy. You are building quite a legacy here in Boston. So congratulations, Marcel, and good luck in London.
Thank you very much.
Let's get it back to John in the booth.
Thank you very much, Hannah. And there's Susanna Scaroni, who's inside the last 2K of her race. And she's got this well in hand. And Carrie, in the pro women's race, we've seen to have this thinned out a little bit of a break here.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching Amane Bariso really try to push this. You know, I said she was runner-up here in 2023. She's got that amazing 2:14 PR, so this pace for her feels right, and she knows how to run this race. But remember, this course really attacks you on the second half, so still being careful is something that you have to use and keep in your toolbox.
Helen Obiri, though, one of those 4, so is Sharon Lokedi. So kind of as we keep track of Sharon's efforts Helen's efforts to win a 3rd straight. She's very much in the shakeup along with Yilmaz Zurf Yahalo.
Yeah, Yahalo, what people are now calling thanks to Let's Run, is Y square. But yeah, she is one of, I think the story kind of to be told, she's the youngest in this field right here, or in this group right here. She's 25 years old. She just has a really neat story. She came out of the blocks, if you could say that in a marathon. She came out really hot early on, and she had some injuries. So she is very fast over the half marathon. She's got a 63-minute PB in the half marathon. So she has the wheels to be able to handle maybe the finishing touches of the Hellen Obiri kick, but she has to draw that out of her early on. So she had told me that's her thing. She's not really willing to really put it out there, but she wants to be ready with 2 or 3 miles to go.
Very much. You want to try to, if you leave Helen that kick in the last mile, you're in trouble. You got to take it out of her there earlier than that. Susanna Scaroni, she gets ready to claim another Boston crown.
Coming up to the finish now. She won here in 2023. Her first win in Boston, was out last year with injuries, but had a strong performance at the Paris Paralympic Games. Won the New York City Marathon in November, is going to win her second Boston Marathon here today. She is back.
She is back, and really it's good for her because, you know, for so long she was close. She went through this 8th, 9th, 10th finish. Then she had a bunch of podium finishes. And then in Chicago 22, she finally breaks through and wins. And it's amazing what she's done since.
She has worked so hard for so long, just climbing her way up through the rankings, really putting in the work, putting in the miles. I trained with her for most of my career, so I know how hard she works. There is no one out there that deserves this more than Susanna Scaroni.
This is her 10th Boston Marathon. In her first one, she was 6th. She's been 5th, she's been 4th, she's been 3rd 3 times, she's been 2nd twice, and now she's about to become a champion for the 2nd time. And for her, it's kind of back-to-back because she didn't race in 24, so somewhere she gets to go, oh no, I'm a back-to-back champ.
But she looks good, she looks so strong. And what she's learned over all of that time, tactics, how to run a good race, how to run the perfect race for her, and that is what she did today.
In a field filled with major marathon champs, Susanna Scaroni is the best in Boston. Takes that title they all wanted here in 2025. Greeted again by Jack Fleming. How long before my heart rate's down and your breathing stops? You know, gets back to normal.
Oh my goodness, I don't even know. I feel like you carry this high with you all day after winning a major event like this. So no matter how bad you hurt, no matter how much she's feeling it crossing the finish line, she feels great right now. Coach Adam Blakeney is over on the side to the left. And this is chair of the Boston Athletic Association Board, Sherry Blowett, winner here in 03 and 04.
Do you want to sing the All Night Flight song? No?
I don't know it.
Okay. Oh my, what?
Don't tell anyone. I guess I told everyone.
You just kind of outed yourself, lady. I don't know that I have anything to do with that. Marcel Hug, Susanna Scaroni. There's Marcel Hug rolling in, number 8. Scaroni, number 2. First 2 champs and a great day here at the 129th Boston Marathon. And 2 more to come, the men's and women's professional. You're watching the Boston Marathon, presented by Bank of America on ESPN2 and WCVB. back to the road to Boston. Streets through Hopkinton, Ashland, Framingham, Natick, Wellesley, Newton, Brookline, Boston. Men on the left, they went through the half in 101.52, which is not quite record pace, but it also wasn't exactly some kind of a burner. And there's a full group there as they head into the second half of this race. Josh Brogadier's with him. Josh, you got a lot of people to keep track of out there, brother.
Yeah, absolutely we do. Look, Michael Conley, the author of 26 Miles to Boston, said it this way. People don't come to Boston to run its race. They come to Boston to live their life. And I'm seeing 14 very fast life livers right in front of me flying along the course here. Like you said, it may not be record pace, but to them, this is the way to live their life. Now, there are only 2 former champions in that group, winners from the past. Sasai Lemba, like we talked about, he's in the middle of that group right now. Evans Chebet a little bit in the back of that group right now. Out front and looking strong, American Conner Mantz. You guys know his experience in the Olympics. He ran this 2 years ago. He got 11th. Don't count out Conner Mantz as we approach the Newton Hills right now, guys.
Thanks, Josh. Hey, throw Carrera a Sharpie so he can put his name on his siglet as he runs by there. And the women's carry is a group of 5 as we take a look at them. And the person that can round up what's happening with that handful of women, including Helen O'Beary, is Alexis Beckett.
Yeah, guys, Yalemzer Fiawalo has taken the lead. She's had it for about the past 2 miles, but this pack of 5 with Helen O'Beary and Sharon Leketi, Irene Cheptai, and like I said, Yalemzer, they've broken far away from the next pack behind them, but it's feeling like a really good race. Everybody looks so comfortable. I talked to Helen O'Beary about racing with Sharon Leketi and the Kiplagat all the time, and she said the way that I look at them is friends as opposed to competitors. I've raced with them so much. They help motivate me, so it's great to see Helen O'Beary and Sharon Leketi so close together. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Alexis. Good race, and there's a second pack behind there. Not too far, but it appears that the race is going to come down to these 5 women unless something significant happens.
Someone we haven't talked about is Irene Cheptai. She's newer to the marathon. This is only her 3rd marathon. She comes from that track background, right? So she's learning this distance, but she's done really well. 3rd in Chicago, like I said, won Hamburg in 2024. So coming here as a newbie, but very good at this distance. She said that she's been training back home. She's really excited about here. She trains with the males like a lot of people, but her husband watches her workout. Her coaches sends from a distance. She said the hills are everywhere, so she's prepared for them.
So as the women continue on in the race, I want to take a moment here and remember a familiar voice of the Boston Marathon, Elle Trautwig, who sadly is no longer with us.
Des Linden is the 2018 Boston Marathon champion, first American since '85. How about that?
Voice of Al Trautwig calling Des Linden's win in 2018. Al passed away in February from complications of cancer. He was a fixture of international sports for more than 3 decades, was one of the most recognizable voices in New York sports, certainly here at Boston. He's one of those guys, we're not on camera very much, you close your eyes and you heard it and you knew Al Trautwig was calling the race, and then you knew it was a big race. Al Trautwig was 68 years old. champ is here. The champ is here. And there's the champ breaking the tape in the women's wheelchair division. Susana Scaroni, second time for her. Took this race off last year to heal up a shoulder. Some enforced rest, she said, really was good for her in a lot of ways other than just, hey, my shoulder feels better. Susana Scaroni, there she is, champ in 23, champ in 2025. And she's with Hannah Storm. Hannah?
Yeah, here with the pride of the University of Illinois and of Boston, Susana Scaroni. Congratulations. John just described how you were unable to be here last year to come back and win the title. How gratifying is this?
It's such a blessing to get to be here today. It was amazing. It's such a surprise to have made a gap with such an awesome field of women. So I am so grateful.
Yeah, it was such a competitive field. You guys were all bunched together, drafting off each other. So give us your strategy in terms of when you were able to break away.
Yeah, so around mile 15 and a half, there's a pretty steep, a little bit technical downhill with a little bit of a turn. And I just, honestly, my years of experience, I think helped me have a lot of confidence to not break on that hill. And I think that helped me against Catherine DeBrunner, who's a phenomenal athlete, but this was her first Boston. So I think that was the first and only time I may be able to use that skill. But after that, I love climbing hills, and we were just given many miles of climbing. So really fortunate.
Yeah, well, first of all, I know you finished second to DeBrunner in Tokyo, so it must have been very satisfying to beat her today, and you guys will be seeing each other again in London. So what kind of confidence does this give you moving forward?
You know, I was with Catherine for many miles today, and she's so strong and so good. Doesn't give me any confidence for next Sunday like I have for today, but I love getting to race in a strong field like that when you don't know what will happen. And I love her. She's dominating and pushing our field forwards. And so I will say that I'm pretty happy to have come in first today, but I love all the people I race with.
Yeah, and listen, you love those hills. I mean, they're heartbreak for others, but there's something in you that enables you to conquer those. What is it? Because that's so critical here, obviously.
Yeah, it's my small town of Tico, Washington, near Spokane, Washington, where I learned how to really love hills. You have to love them if you're going to survive.
And on the 50th anniversary of Bob Hall opening the door to this sport, what does it mean to you to win on this particular day?
Honestly, the reason I'm here today is because of hard working people that have tenacity and integrity to push for us to be here today. I don't think I have that kind of personality. So really, to be here because people knew this was the right thing to do, and they were able to advocate for that and work so hard for this. It means everything. Yeah.
Well, you are nothing if not tenacious, coming back from terrible injury. This is your 5th major since that training accident. So I think tenacity is your middle name, Susana. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Hannah, and congratulations again to Susana Scaroni as we look at the men's race. Josh, thank goodness you can count, because you said there were 14 last time. Looks like there's the same 14 this time. What do you have for us?
Actually, John, I have some breaking news for you. Sasai Lema just dropped out of the race.
Oh!
The defending champion, who was with the pack moments ago, went to the side right by Newton Wellesley Hospital. He put his leg on one of the barriers and started to stretch out his calf like most of us who have run before have done. So Sasai Lema no longer in that lead group. In fact, I don't see him anymore. He is not in this front group, and he is not even in the secondary group. He's far back from where our camera can see. Sasai Lema, who last year was all on his own the whole way, and this year changed up his strategy to run with the pack, is no longer even in that pack or in our sights, John.
Wow, important information. Great update, Josh Brogadier on the moto with our men's leaders as they are through 16 miles, which means they're into Newton, which means the hills are coming, and that pack of 14 or 13 is not going to stay that way very long, because that will short people out for sure. Carrie, we still got the Fab Five.
Ooh, we sure do, and get this, they are well under course record pace, 46 seconds under course record pace. Bushra Esteva set that in 2014. She ran 2:19:59, and they are flying.
Helen O'Beary, this is way faster than anything she's ever run in that pace. Sharon Lokedi, the same. Her best is 2:23. Bariso, she's run 2:15, so she's comfortable in this pace. We'll see what happens as they continue on. But right now, they are not just the Fab Five, they are the Fast Five, Carrie. They look good through 15 miles. These people are just getting started. These are the people that make the Boston Marathon great. They've qualified and are ready to go. You're watching the 129th Boston Marathon. '29th Boston Marathon on ESPN2 and WCVB. John Anderson, Carrie Tullifson, Meb Keflezighi, Amanda McGrory, all here. And there's 4 of us. There's 5 of them in the women's race, Carrie.
I'm getting fired up here. I've been texting a little bit with Helen Obiri's coach, Dathan Ritzenheim. Everybody knows him here in the States. He's a phenomenal coach. Was an awesome runner himself. But you know what? I asked him, I said, what is Helen doing when she's touching her face? I remembered vaguely that she was praying, and she was doing that just a little bit ago, and you could see her touching her face, not just using that high arm carriage. So you can tell that she's really getting into this now as we see Amane Bariso now take the lead again. But when I said quickly, are you pumped that she's in the lead? And all he wrote back was, wow. So you know that Dathan Ritzenheim and the team there in Boulder are really excited for her. This has been a different build-up for Helen Obiri. She was over in Kenya away from her family. We asked her about that at the panel. It's a big sacrifice to leave your family to go, but this has been serious for her. She wants to come here and win, and you know, she's not a spring chicken. She's getting a little bit older, so every ounce matters, and every win is huge.
Ran 68:46 for the half. That is very quick for all of these women. I mean, some have half PRs that are quicker than that, but never across, obviously, the full 26.2. As they get through Wellesley, the Scream Tunnel, and all the loud. Listen, this place, it's louder in some places than others, but it's loud all the time, right? It's a lot like it. Usually they're just loud at the finish line, Meb. This is like a 26-mile finish line to some degree with the noise.
From Hopkinton all the way to Boston is very loud. There's amazing people just having a picnic or just hanging out cheering the runners.
On the left, you got Connor Mance. He's out there, his training partner, former also BYU Cougar. Clayton Young is still with him. So men on the left, women on the right. Right now, comfortable in their pack. Women blazing along, the men sort of just running along.
Well, I think the power of pairs, right, John? I mean, when we see it in the women's side, we see that there are a couple Ethiopians. There's 3 Kenyans, and two of the Kenyans, Sharon Lokedi and Helen Obiri, race a lot of races together. They can feed off of each other. They help one another in races, but that is comfort. You see it on the men's side as well. Teammates are up in this pack. Not only Patrick Tiernan, Rory Linkletter kind of falling off a little bit, but he's been there, and Patrick knows that. He can hear people, and he feels that. Clayton and Connor, both teammates, lots of guys training together and working together.
Well, while that race is engaged, we're going to get to Duke. Talk more about, well, another Boston legend here, Duke.
We're joined by Teddy Bruschi, three-time Super Bowl winner. Teddy, this is hard to believe. Teddy's team now in its 20th year.
Yeah, 2 decades we've been around. I had my stroke in 2005, and we started Teddy's team. And you know, over the course of 20 years, we've had hundreds of runners do special things for us. So, in every year here at the Boston Marathon, this is our event. The Boston Athletic Association has been great for us. WCVB, all of your affiliates have helped us out this year. So, we have formed a great community over 20 years.
And over those 20 years, you've now raised over $10 million.
Yeah, for stroke and heart disease, me being a 2-time stroke survivor, so many of us of our runners are stroke survivors, caregivers. I mean, we stay connected with everyone that is connected with stroke and heart disease. They all run with a common goal. Today's our big day.
And you have, what, 11 people out there on the course today running that have either survived a stroke or a heart issue?
Yeah, that's super special, because when they cross the finish line, it's almost like they've accomplished something that they didn't accomplish even before they were a survivor. I know how it is that I ran this marathon after I had a stroke, and it's something you thought you could never do, even, you know, as a survivor. So having to accomplish this, and I tell them it's like winning a Super Bowl, really. Crossing that finish line and getting the medal is a huge accomplishment.
And what was it like for you the first time you crossed the finish line?
I remember the first time I made this turn here on Boylston. It's disbelief. It's similar to when we won our first championship. Really? I really tell our runners that's the way I felt, because I've done both. And when I crossed that finish line, I was with my wife the first time, and you get your medals. It's like you've done so much for whatever charity you're running for, whatever inspiration you have in your heart, whatever you overcame to do, you get that medal, and it's a moment you'll never forget for the rest of your life.
Well, Teddy, thanks for being with us this year. We really appreciate it. John, back to you.
Thank you, Duke Castiglione. Now that I moved out of Bristol, I don't get to see Teddy as much, just bouncing around the office, so it's good to see him. Here's Hannah Storm. Hannah, just so you know, 11:40 wave 4, so we're getting very close to Riley getting out on the thing, so just get yourself ready. And now the men, not only are they're still a pack, yes, but Meb, they've kind of scattered. I like that they're giving each other room.
They've scattered a little bit here just to be able to analyze each other. They're getting the fluids here, so it's a time to be able to go back or forward to see what mechanics or how their form is looking like at this point, because you know, you don't want, somebody's going to make a move at one point or another, but you want to be able to see who's going to be the strongest.
Well, we saw John Career in Chicago this last fall look so smooth over the final miles. He's setting himself up really nicely as well, but they broke apart too because it was a water station or a fueling station. The guy that's in purple there, we haven't talked about him much, Meb. Mukhtar Edris, this is his debut at this distance, so he's doing really well by getting in that pack, finding himself in the lead. He looks really smooth, along with Patrick Tiernan. My gosh, look how relaxed he looks.
Amazing. This is Mukhtar Edris's race. He's 31 years old, making his marathon debut, and he's in contention as a competitor. He's a 2-time world champion, the 5K, and 2-time cross-country champion. So he knows how to race. The question is 31 too old, but he's doing the traditional, going from the 5K to the track, and we'll see how he does, but he looks great.
He's run 58:40 for a half. He did in Valencia. Everybody runs 58 in Valencia. I think that's exactly well, I don't know that Hannah Storm's run 58 in Valencia. But we're not talking about that. Hannah, back to you. Like I said, keep my eye on 11:40 for when Riley starts. We're keeping track for you up here.
We can't wait. She's running for Teddy's team. She's in Group 4. Again, there's Teddy. Hey, Teddy. I saw a really cute picture of you and my daughter this morning. I want to just thank you for having her to be part of Teddy's team, official charity partner, WCVB, and our Hearst television stations in New England. What does it mean, not only to you, to have people raise money for Teddy's team, but what does it mean to the folks who are actually doing it, who are out there on the course?
Yeah, it's just an honor, Hannah. There are so many people that are connected to stroke and heart disease, and to have them run for my team and raise money for stroke awareness and the things, that special things that we do in terms of comeback assistance programs, getting these survivors back on their feet in their lives and getting back to doing the things that they did before they had a stroke or heart event. It's just so special. Today is for them. I mean, this is something that they put in so much time, so much training, so much fundraising in, that today is for them. I tell them it's like a 26.2-mile stadium. Everybody's cheering for them. It's the Super Bowl of road races, what I love to say, and they're going to finish and get their medals. And I know it's a special day for you. Riley was very nervous when I saw her at the Lennox Hotel pre-race, but I know she's going to do great.
She wasn't half as nervous as I was, Teddy, first of all, and she, like many of these runners, is fighting through injury. Just the tenacity as we look at the men's and the women's professional field. There's Riles. There she is. She got her bib, thanks to you, Teddy, and so inspired by helping to raise money for you. Upwards of $500,000 is going to be raised today. What makes this event so unique in terms of the 3,200 people who are running for causes close to their heart, the 3,000 everyday runners, and the elite field all here in one place, Teddy?
Yeah, I mean, how many times can you do that? Just the world championship runners that are running on the same course that you're running as a charity runner, and that's who I represent, are all the charity runners out there. And really, for me, that's when the race starts. I mean, Hoog's already finished. You know, the elite runners are coming through. It's going to be great to see them win their championships, but everyone that's running for something that's near and dear to their hearts, their inspirations, you know, their charities, so much different is made today, and it's something that Teddy's team is so proud to be a part of.
Yeah, Teddy, in terms of the race of life, you are definitely winning, channeling your own personal experience and helping so many other people. Thank you for joining us again. If you want more information on Teddy's team, please check out WCBB, their website, and we'll direct you to the right place. Teddy Bruschi, a champion in so many ways. John?
Thank you, Hannah. Men's race. And Meb, it looks like we got some turnover. John Career's decided to put a little surge in here, put a little energy, a little speed into this thing.
John Career has so much motivation and so much notoriety after the Chicago Marathon by over 2 minutes. So he's making a move here, and space has been created at this point. If everybody was feeling great, they'd be next to him. But it's a crucial point at this right now to be able to make a move.
90 minutes in, and he has decided to put the pedal to the metal a little bit. And that pack behind him at this point either can't or has chosen not to respond.
When John Career won the Chicago Marathon, this is exactly where he went, at 20 miles. You know, he was chomping at the bit. He was sitting there in 3rd or 4th position, but that's exactly the moment in Chicago. Completely different courses, right? So you don't really know if it's going to work with one and the other, but he could be one of 2 brothers to win this race for the first time ever.
Absolutely, Kerry. I think Wesley Curry gave me a lot of advice. What he told them: be patient, believe you can't compete with anybody, is what he told them, but also make a move. And he want him to break at Heartbreak Hills, and I think we're getting there right now. So I think he'll be able to just mile 20, 441. That's a decisive move right now, and the people are, you know, obviously not comfortable enough to go with him. So he got to be able to hold on.
Yep, good advice from big brother Wesley Career, who won here in 2012 Boston Marathon champ. Very much involved in his brother's career, and as Kerry has said, never had a pair of brothers win this in the 129 years that they have raced it. But maybe that's what today is about, because right now, John Career has decided, I'm headed to the finish line quicker than you guys, and you're all invited to come with me. At the moment, no one has decided to engage with him. It's the 129th Boston Marathon, ESPN2, WCVB. It's getting good, so you want to stay with us.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 129th running of the Boston Marathon. Teddy's team is the official charity partner of WCBB and our Hearst Television New England stations.
By the way, if you'd like to donate, head to WCBB.com/Teddy.
Teddy's team, one of 176 organizations, part of the Boston Marathon official charity program. Some 3,200 people are running for these charity programs today, expected to raise upwards of $50 million this year alone.
That's impressive.
It's impressive, their commitment. It's impressive, their dedication to what goes, including your daughter, Hannah.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, there are 4 waves of runners who are going off, and that very last wave of runners. So the final of that 30,000 or so who are running
Here
today
we go.
is just going off now at 11:15.
Getting a little nervy, right? Just getting into the Boston Marathon and his accomplishment in and of itself.
Yeah, the qualifying times for Boston are some of the toughest times for major marathons. So if you're not running for one of those charities, you have to qualify.
You do, and we actually talked about that with Jeff Dengate, who is the runner-in-chief at Runner's World, and guess what? He's running himself today.
You have to qualify by running really fast. The times are different based on how old you are. But you can also get into raising money through charities, which is also a really good way to earn your spot here.
So here's your qualifying times, and it really depends on how old you are, right? You can see the breakdown here. For 18 to 34-year-olds, the men need to break 3 hours. The women, 3.5. By the way, next year, these qualifying times are going to actually be 5 minutes faster for everyone younger than 60 years old, which I don't know. Is present company included in that?
I mean, do we need to talk about that?
Let's go.
Guys, let's pick up the race.
What a race, John, we have.
We couldn't do that if we were a relay team, each running a mile. Who are we kidding? Women's race fully engaged right now. We've got 3. Helen Obiri trying to become a 3-time champ right there. Amani Bariso. And then in front there in the orange kit, Yalem Zerf-Yahalo. Those 3 ladies are on their way. And is that Sharon Lokedi gets pulled up? So she dropped back, but Sharon has fought back to make it 4.
Yeah, and I think that's huge. I just said to you over the commercial break, I said we have to see if Sharon can reattach herself, because that is no women's land. And this is we still have a long ways to go. She needed to regroup and catch back up. But listen, they are 2 minutes under course record pace right now. These women are flying. We have not seen a woman, one woman we've seen go under 2:20 here. Now we have 4 in the top pack that are running 2:17 or potentially faster.
Well, we saw the F-15 flyover, so to kind of borrow that, there's 4 women. They're in formation. The men over there, as they get through these tough Newton hills, John Career is all by himself, Meb.
John Career looks great, and when I talked to him earlier in the week, he said he wants to run for a purpose and for a cause. He's a product of his brothers that founded the Transcend Talent Academy, and he's been part of that. And then he said, I'm going to be able to be an ambassador for this, and he's looking at his watch right now. He's measuring himself, but also he's wanted to give it back. He said he's going to give 10% of his earning to the Transcend Academy. So he's running for a purpose. It looked like it's a little bit downhill now. We have gone past Heartbreak Hill. He have enough gap. Can he maintain all the way through is the question.
John Career, mile 20, 4:41, mile 21, 4:39. That's cooking through those really tough uphills. That last one, 85 feet elevation change. That's the one that really is the killer.
John, the endorphin of winning is big. We talked about the pace may have been a little bit slower, the course record, but now he can get the downhill to his advantage as long as he can maintain the pace.
Women throwing elbows trying to make space.
Well, we know that Helen Obiri likes to get going, and it is always patience is a virtue in the marathon, and that's a real big thing that they've been working on with her. Patience. She seems like she's gotten that, but it still is hard for her to not to want to push. That's just what she is. She's a great cross-country runner, great track runner. She's a competitor, and yeah, I mean, there's clipping going on, and there's some looks going on.
That's the looks sometimes can be the worst.
But listen, I asked Sharon Lokedi, and I know, and you can speak more to this, Meb, than I can, but there is a big rivalry between the Kenyans and the Ethiopians. And I asked Sharon Lokedi that, and she said, yes, before the race, we look at each other, we see each other, we acknowledge. During the race, it is real competitive. And then afterwards, they can be friendly. But it is a very strong rivalry between them.
Carrie is definitely a big rivalry, and you can see now they're changing load from one side to another. Helen O'Berry just pointed out to Ahalo now to give me some space, and they're looking at each other now. They're talking. The Ethiopian and the Kenyan rivalry is deep. Yep. In fact, I think there was a track meet where Haile Gebrselassie and the Kenyan, so it is deep, but at the same time, they get along in the lobby, they get along in the meals, but when it comes to competition, it's deep and it's strong.
What I think right now is I'm looking, John Career pushing. Look at the pace that he's got, right? He is definitely intense right now. On the women's side, it looks almost as if they've kind of settled back in, really kind of honing in on each other. They're still well under that pace. They are not necessarily thinking about course record. They're thinking about the win. But John Career, my goodness, has he hammered the last mile.
Yeah, that gap is up to 25 seconds. So, for all the life of me, he doesn't look like he's ready to go backwards at all. So those other guys are going to have to find something. And once again, as we get into the last 4 or 5 miles here, as it was last year, this asylum, it is one man on his way. John Career, the women, as it was the last 2 years, it's a fight for 4 of them. Ed?
And on his way to take the turn onto Beacon Street and head into Boston. He's moving through Brookline to Boston to the finish line straight in front of him. We are excited here to announce that ESPN and WCBB Channel 5 have extended the broadcast partnership with the Boston Marathon presented by Bank of America.
It's a multi-year agreement. It means you will be able to watch the marathon live on ESPN, WCBB on air as well, and digital for years to come.
We love our partnership together, and this is great news. We will be back with that competitive women's race, and John Career racing to a title here, just like his brother.
You're watching the 129th Boston Marathon on WMUR.
Good morning, everyone. It is Marathon Monday. We are live here at the Boston Marathon finish line. We have you covered from the start to the finish of the Boston Marathon, covering all the action. At this point in the race, the charity runners have taken off from the start line here at the finish line. It is an exciting time. Let's take a live look at the start line right now. So the charity runners just took off. Great energy there. We have crews there kind of watching.
Thanks, Owen. Well, for Arsenal, for the Emirates, it's hard to express the magnitude of tonight. Getting the Gunners here to this stage against this calibre of opposition is a Mikel Arteta success without question. And these are the moments they've been dreaming of. UEFA Champions League quarter-finals, and tonight, against the 15-time winners. The cacophony and the choreography might help illustrate the point. The cast list is footballing A-list. Real Madrid may not have the power of invincibility, but they certainly have the air of it. A psychological leap needed too for Arsenal in this incredible atmosphere to beat the holders over 2 legs. Make it happen has been the club's slogan ahead of this one. Can they do it tonight? So one to the Arsenal fans in early, and they were.
He's talking about he doesn't want to attach to his team.
And Mbappe will actually drive from range, and Rodrigo, I think quite rightly, asking why that ball wasn't fed wide.
Nervous start by Kivior straight away. Right inside Timber, Odegaard right angle. Likewise on the left-hand side, and I think that's a way you can expose this 4-4-2 system of Real Madrid. They're relatively narrow. If Arsenal get into those wide areas, they will get chances.
There's Bellingham challenged, won fairly. Saka goes down, and it's a foul by Luka Modric. And Arsenal come out on top of that scrappy spell.
Brilliant play by Saka. Little drop of the shoulder on Modric, squares him up, touches it back inside to draw.
Sweeps and away by Rodrigo. Vinicius Junior, error by Saka. In the middle, can he get the pass right? Not quite. Shut down by Saliba. But a let off for Bukayo Saka.
Connor knows how to race, and he's in the mix with the best of the world. And I talked to Ed Ison yesterday, and he said, coast the first, he gave him 4 C's. Coast the first 1 to 6 miles and cover the moves. Unfortunately, he was not able to cover John Courier's move, but hopefully he'll be able to cover these guys. And then also cruise. He's go from 16 to 21. He wants to be cruise, look as good as possible, have the legs underneath of you, and then hopefully he can close fast.
Gap now 40 seconds. We showed it to you visually, but if you want to put a stopwatch to it, 40 seconds between the men, John Courier and the Chase Pack in the men's race. Here's the American women's update. Annie Frisbee having a great race. And now it looks like she's way behind, but she's crossed the track pad, and Emma Bates and Jess McLean, Sarah Hall, Dakota Popane have not quite gotten there yet.
Yeah, and Emma Bates has been the top American in the last 2 times that she's run here. She's coming back from injury as well. It's a big year. 2024 was a big year, and it's a really hard thing to get through the Olympic Games, get to the Olympic trials, and healthy. Those 2 women are back here healthy now, and they're ready to roll.
Sharon Lokedi on the right leads the women's race. She fell off a little bit, but gathered herself. She's in front, coming off a win in the NYC half, where she ran 67.04. Would you cover that one?
Yeah, I did.
You're there,
and she looked so good. She got to mile 10, and it was like shot out of a cannon. She really held back, and then she set a new PR. She's coming here with lots of confidence. She, too, has had a little bit of a different build-up. Normally, she goes back to Kenya. She's been in Flagstaff the entire time here, and they've had to really search for male pace setters for her here, too, to have enough. But her coach, Ann Sharon, told me that she is probably in the best shape of her life and wants that win. We've seen her be runner-up here. She won in New York in her debut, but hasn't won since at a major marathon. So, yeah, I mean, this is her day, maybe.
Who am I kidding asking if you ran the race? Like, if there's a 10K in Rapid City, South Dakota on TV, you're doing it.
I love to talk running, let's just say that.
They're the 4 horsemen on the right. It's going to be a great race. I want to see who gets froggy and starts to jump. That's why you should stay with us here on ESPN2 WCVB TV, because it's the 129th Boston Marathon presented by Bank of America, and we have decided nothing in the women's race yet. Stay with us.
I had just had a baby. I had gotten a promotion at work. I felt like I was on top of the world. And that's when I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. And now, I just passed 8 years. If you would have told me that I would have been able to see my kid go to kindergarten, I wouldn't believe you. Every time I run, I think of the people looking to live the life they want, even with cancer. My marathon is for Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. My cancer is still here. I am living proof that cancer research makes a difference.
What would you like the power to do? Bank of America.
With wet AMD, I worry I'm losing sight of the world around me. But now, I can open up my world with Vabysmo. Vabysmo is the first FDA-approved treatment for people with wet AMD that improves vision and delivers a chance for up to 4 months between treatments. So I can do more of what I love. Vabysmo works differently. It's the only treatment thought to block 2 causes of wet AMD.
Vabysmo is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection, active eye swelling, or are allergic to it. Vabysmo could cause eye infection, retinal detachment, temporary increase in eye pressure, an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke, or severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. Report changes to vision or eye pain to your retina specialist right away.
Open up your world with Vabysmo.
The #1 prescribed treatment for wet AMD. Ask a retina specialist about Vabysmo.
Back at the 129th Boston Marathon. 2 races, 2 boxes. John Career's in Boston. He's just got to see if he can ride this thing home. There you see the 3 guys chasing him. Connor Mance is there from the United States. Cyprian Kotut and Alphonse Simbu are chasing him. And then the 4 women on the right. Sharon Lokedi, Amani Bariso, and Yalemzer Yahalo. There's the chase pack. We're going to go with our man with the leader. That would be Josh Brogadier. Josh, let's visit with you one more time before they get close.
Guys, I think it's just so significant watching John Career run without a bib. You don't see the name Career, and that is so much about his personality. He was joyful when I spoke with him on Friday. He was talking about giving all the money back, part of his earnings back to the children of Kenya. And I know that Meb referenced part of this, but the Transcend Eye Hospital, he said he's running here so that someday they can run here. It was really beautiful. And so ultimately, he's kind of like a professional charity runner. And that's what the spirit of this marathon is all about. He just had his water bottle. had it, dropped it. We're approaching right now Kenmore, and boy, does he ever look strong. I don't think he's going to set the record here, 2:03:02, but he might be kind of close in that 2:04 range as he's looking pretty strong and pretty casual as he comes past this area near Fenway Park. Guys?
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, his brother Wesley, a noted philanthropist as well, built a hospital with some of his winnings back in Kenya. So that whole family about good works in addition to good running.
Oh, if you all saw how Wesley Career celebrated when he won in Chicago, that was the best dance I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think we're fixing to see another one. He's 4:41, 4:39, 4:24, 4:38, 4:41. Folks, he's running those miles 20 miles in. I mean, I get that's what they do, but for the normal people, the people that are running in the pack, the people that are starting in these other waves, that's amazing. Good shot there of Fenway Park. Oh, the Red Sox are underway, I think. 11:25, yeah, they should be going. A reminder, this race older than Fenway Park by a lot. 15 years. Yesterday, by the way, April 20th, the official opening day of Fenway Park, way back in 1912.
Hey, you know, Coach Ron Mann, who coached Wesley Career to the championship, and he had another athlete, Coach Ibrahim Hussein, in 1992 to coach, and now possibly John Career to the finish line. And Coach Ron Mann said, to those more given is much expected, and Wesley Career and John Career are able to give back as much as they can in Kenya to be able to help 200 kids to go through their program, and hopefully one day that they can be here and run and represent the sport of running. And he tells them, you guys are ambassador for the sport of running, so make sure you give back.
Good shot looking back so you can see the chase pack. On the right, Carrie, no change.
No change. This is what happens here at Boston, at least when Helen Obiri's in the race. Everybody waits. Everybody waits.
I was going to say, so are they getting themselves in a spot where they're maybe, I don't know about handing this over, but they're giving some of the leverage to Helen Obiri?
Well, Helen Obiri's never run this fast before, so this is a whole new ballgame for her, too. We know that she can run fast. We've heard it. Her coach showed me her last 6 runs were done, her last long runs were done under 2:24 pace. So she is so ready, but so are these women. I mean, all 4 of these women are so good. As we saw a picture of Connor Manser getting ready for maybe his first podium at a World Marathon Major.
You know, Coach Ed Eyston, his coach, said it's a matter of time when he's going to run 2:04 or 2:05. He's competing against the best in the field with Sabrina Couture, who has run 2:03, and also Alfonso Sumba, who also ran 2:04. So Connor Mans is doing a phenomenal thing. He'll be able hopefully to get to that podium, and he's in the lead, and he wants to bring it home as strong as he can.
Yeah, clearly in a good spot to be the top American. The last 5 years running, the top American's been 7th. So I don't know why we've etched our place as 7th where we are, but Connor Mance looking to.
I mean, can we just give Connor Mance some props, though? I mean, really, he puts himself in every single race, and he runs himself into the ground, even when he's got, you know, some injuries and things on the mind and on the body. But he really does. He wants it so badly, and we all, I think, want it for him too. But man, this pack of 3 has been really powerful today. They've been helping each other out.
Amanda McGrory, I know the wheelchair racers are done, but you know what it's like to hurt in these stages in the race.
No matter how good any of these athletes look right now, they are absolutely feeling it. And so much about the marathon, this 26.2-mile distance, is the mental part of it. Everyone here is well trained. Everyone here is ready to run. They know how to run 26.2 miles, but it's about staying consistent and not getting in your own head.
Absolutely. 90% is mental, 10% is physical. On this point right now, John Career looks great on the men's side, but the race is for second place right now. Who's going to get that second place? There's 3 guys, and one is not going to be in the podium, and you have to be able to know your study, what your strength and your weakness is. And Connor, we know that he's a fighter. Hopefully he can push it through, dig deep like he has done in the past.
He keeps looking back, and in this case, They're not gaining on you, right? Satchel Paige, don't look back. They might be gaining on you. I don't know. At this point, he feels like he is in complete control, coming down. Last man to win Chicago in October and then win in Boston was Robert Kipchoge Chariot. Did it 2006 and 2007.
It is a beautiful feeling coming on Boylston Street. To be able to the crowd is deep and celebrating the sport of running, and John Clary is making a name for himself. I talked to him in Kenya, which one is popular, the Chicago Marathon or the Boston Marathon. I was definitely surprised by his answer saying Chicago because of the world record, but this is going to change his life for the better. And to be on Boylston, looking at his watch, coming across the finish line is the thrill of a dream come true. And to be two brothers to win, Wesley Corey in 2012, and now John Career, his dad is going to be so proud, and his mom as well.
And there's the race for those three. Wait till that gets engaged between Simbu and Kotut and Connor Mance. What a great shot that is.
It's going to be excellent. This is what we strive for. This is what we train for. This is what the mileage goes for. This is the visualization of dreams. And, you know, the podium is so epic here. And Connor is going to be excited. But at the same time, who can hold the form together to get to the finish line?
Like full-on goosebump moment.
I know. Ed Eyestone always says, win the race you're in. John Career is going to win this race. But now Connor Mance has to win the race he's in if he's going to get that second position.
Soak it in, John Career. John Career is the man who is going to meet the moment in Boston. Champion of the 129th Boston Marathon. And then the race here. Simbu, Kotut, and Mance. They've dropped Mance, and now for second. Kotut and Simbu.
Yes, but it's a big PR for Connor Mance. It might not be second place, but 2:05:06. Amazing.
You're going to give me a photo? That's Simbu, I believe it has it in second. Kotut is third, and Connor Mance just off the podium.
John,
but a huge PR for him.
A huge PR, and that's what Run to Win is. Sometimes you race for the finish line to break the tape. Sometimes you run for the podium, and I'm pretty sure Ed Eyestone will be so proud of him.
Wow, what
Here's
a
look at
debut
Mance,
here.
fully spent.
Yeah, he has to be so proud of himself, though. Man, what a big day. Fourth place there.
Unofficially, the time 2:04:45 for John Career. Sub 2:05. Mukhtar Idris.
Debut today.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
My goodness.
You never forget your first Boston. There you see Clayton Young and Linkletter in the chase. Here comes North America. Great race for Clayton Young. He'll eat well tonight.
Oh, yeah. Ashley, his wife, always knows how to either find the right nutrition for him or fuel him herself.
You know, Clayton, Ed Eyestone said if he can get the top 10, he would be ecstatic for him. And for Connor Mance, podium would have been great, a win over the moon, but top 5 is as excited as it can get, and a PR, that's amazing.
Fantastic day for both those men. Linkletter is going to get there just ahead of Young, who's finished 9th at the Olympics, but another great international field. And a great performance by Linkletter for Canada, and a great performance by Clayton Young.
Clayton Young, he told me that he wanted to prove himself, even after being an Olympian and being so good at the Olympic trials. But he said this year is all about proving himself and everyone else. He's done a great job with that.
And the women's race. We've lost one, but it's not Helen Obiri, and it's not Sharon Lokedi.
It's the fastest lady in the course.
Yep.
Amani Bariso.
The world champion, Amani Bariso, is been left behind by these three ladies.
Sharon Lokedi has to do this. You can see that she's got that pressure on. She has to do it if she wants to run the legs out of Helen Obiri. Yahalo is great as well. She's got that speed. But I really think that this is where Lokedi needs to start thinking about really starting to put the pressure on.
and it becomes a whole different race. You see a lot of those fast marathon times, but that's because they're in races with pace setters. They're in races with people that can help them through this. These guys are on their own, and there are 3 left. Who will join John Career as a Boston Marathon champ? Well, that's why we're here. That's our job, and we can't wait to bring it to you. 129th Boston Marathon. We're finishing up on ESPN2 at WCVB.
When you'd rather enjoy the pool than clean someone else's.
Sweetie, get out of the pool.
It matters where you stay. Conrad Hotels and Resorts. Hilton for the stay.
First, we dropped in to tackle any job. Then we built the first muscle truck, then added the legendary Hemi engine. Ram has always powered American freedom. Now with our Freedom of Choice pricing program, visit your local dealer to choose your offer. Cash incentives or employee pricing for all. Because nothing stops America, and nothing stops Ram.
Get $6,500 combined cash allowance, plus current Chevrolet, Ford, and GMC owners get $1,500 bonus cash, or get employee pricing for all on select 2025 Ram 1500 trucks.
With new McValue at McDonald's, you'll get more than you expect. Like buy a double cheeseburger and add chicken McNuggets for $1. Because 6 finals calls for a 6-piece chicken McNuggets. Get more than you expect with new McValue.
When choosing the right gear to cut, trim, or mow your yard, Ace has all the power you need to get the job done right. Because gas or battery, your local Ace is the destination with the best power brands all under one roof, like Steel, Ego, Milwaukee, and Toro. And with free assembly and delivery or ready for pickup in 15 minutes, conquering your outdoor projects has never been easier. Around the block, what you need in stock with service so good it's guaranteed.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
The UFL on ESPN gives you unparalleled access to football.
Every snap, every play.
We take you inside the huddle.
Yellow Rachel, I want ready.
On the sidelines.
We're going to keep balling.
Into the helmet.
You see and hear everything.
Just got to look at that. The UFL knows what gets the people going.
The United Football League on ESPN. Saturday at 7 and Sunday starting at noon.
Back here at the Boston Marathon, and ladies, the stage is all yours. With Carrie, we've got basically a 5K remaining.
Oh, I am so excited. This is what gets me every time, this finishing kick here in Boston. Every single year, it seems like in the last few, as I said, it comes down to the final 100 meters. But we're seeing Sharon Lokedi start to put that pressure on, as I said. Yahalo, she knows she needs to as well. We've talked about her half marathon. She's a 63-minute over half marathon. She's one of the fastest that we've ever seen in history there. But I think that they all know what Hellen Obiri has done. This woman has won medals on the track, in cross country. She's done so well. She was 3rd at the Olympic Games, but a lot of people don't realize that came with 2 falls during the middle of that race. So just such a phenomenal athlete right there in the middle. Waiting. It's exactly what she does.
Through 37.2 kilometers. The race is 42.2, so we are right at 5K inside Cleveland Circle through Brookline, Boston, and Back Bay. And again, everybody looking forward to that big left onto Boylston and that last stretch. And it looks like they're going to need all of that to sort this thing out. Lokedi, who won in New York in 2022 and has been really just close since, hasn't quite been able to repeat that championship. Mahalo's got a major marathon under her belt, London champion in 2022.
You know, John, nobody's giving space. They're running so tight together. You see a lot of saying, hey, take the lead or give me some space, because they want to be comfortable as much as they can, because the lactic acid has kicked in. They're fatiguing. They wouldn't want any bumping into each other. So it's going to be a great race toward the finish. These are very accomplished athletes on their own rights. You know, but Hellen Berry have the speed of the 1,500 meter, but, you know, it's a marathon.
You've got Yahalo, who has got a world record on the roads in the 10K at 29:14 against a woman who's got a couple of world championship gold medals in the 5,000.
Yes, so fast on the roads, as we said. But this is where we're looking at the map a little bit. We can see where they are in respect to the record. Right now, they are
The record is on the left. That's the green mark. They are in the red, so they are well ahead of it.
Yeah, the record is 2:19.59, and 2:18.16 is the pace. So they are a minute and a half or more ahead of that.
So they slowed a little bit because they were up by about 2 minutes, but they are now getting ready for those final pushes, right? And they're really getting more strategic here. As I said, they are probably taking a look at their watch and saying, oh my goodness, we're running fast, but not concerned about the course record. That's more about the after effect.
It's too late. It's too late to worry about that now. Like we're 23 miles into this thing.
Well, just watching, they always go back to the 3 across, and then somebody wants to push a little bit. 3 across, and they push again. A little look back, and I don't love that. Yahalo taking a look back. To me, that shows weakness.
You know, it's weakness, but at the same time, it can be beneficial. The reason being is, like, I got third spot to secure, but now I'm going to draft behind and be able to just hold on to the end. So, yes, sometimes I think it can be a sign of weakness, but I think also see to make sure you got secure third place if you're going to make a move.
Yep.
Make sure Barisso's far enough back. Alexis Beckett, let's get your point of view on this thing. In fact, if you want, ruin the suspense. Who's going to win?
I don't know. All of these women look so strong. I do not know, but Hellen Obiri, as she's trying to make this three-peat happen, she told me that her daughter told her that she had to change her tactics this year. She said, Mom.
It can be a sign of weakness, but I think also see to make sure you got secure third place if you're going to make a move.
Yep.
Make sure Barisso's far enough back. Alexis Beckett, let's get your point of view on this thing. In fact, if you want, ruin the suspense. Who's going to win?
I don't know. All of these women look so strong. I do not know, but Hellen Obiri, as she's trying to make this three-peat happen, she told me that her daughter told her that she had to change her tactics this year. She said, Mom, they know what you're capable of. You got to do something a little bit different. She's running so fast, but I can't imagine she changed that last tactic of that final kick. So exciting. It's loud here. I'm loving every second of it as these women try to make history. I'll send it back to you guys.
Tanya at 9 years old telling her mom how to race. I believe it.
I think I say this every time that she's in a race, but it's one of my favorite stories. And I asked her, what does Tanya say sometimes when you don't win? And she just says, Mom, why'd you let that lady beat you? Which, kids are really, they ask pointed questions.
Well, Yahalo won the London Marathon in 2022 in her debut. And guess what? She's run the fastest out of these three by a lot. She has a PR of 2:16.52. I don't like that she took a look back, but she got right back up in there, and she's feeling that energy that these two in front. Sharon Lokedi leading this race. Hellen Obiri. These two have duked it out time and time again. Oh my gosh, you guys, I can hardly handle it.
There are no secrets here, to be sure. Amanda McGrory, you were a pace setter. You were a pioneer to some degree in yours. You watch this and see strong, powerful women competing like this. What do we think? What's your view?
A pack of three is not a bad place to be. Like Meb said, you are guaranteed a third place finish. You're guaranteed a podium spot. So I think that could give someone a little bit of courage to make a risky move here, put themselves out there and see what's going to happen.
Shannon Lokedi is taking the lead because she knows what the speed of Hellen Obiri is going to be like. She don't want to be coming to Boylston. She's going to try as much as she can to get grind right now and not come to Boylston Street because we know that Hellen Obiri had the speed. As we can see, Yahalo is kind of dropping a little bit, so she's going to take her second place and see what happens on Boylston. It's going to be a dual meet between Hellen and Sharon.
Mile 24, 4:53, everybody. We are seeing a little bit of a break here.
Yep.
Sharon Lokedi, this is what she does. She likes to push in the final 2 miles. I told you, when she ran that half in New York City just a few weeks ago, she had a major move with 3 to go. And this is what's going on right here. She's making a major move. Hellen Obiri is covering it, but Yahalo is not.
We've seen them duel before. Yahalo cannot. She looks behind her. You talked about the podium. Third place pays $40,000. Second place is $75,000. First place is $150,000. They keep going. There's also a $50,000 bonus to break the course record. So make no mistake about it. The trophy's nice. The laurel wreath is nice. So is money, okay? Let's not discount it. The cash, that'll spend.
And John, you know, whether whoever wins here, whether it's Helen or Sharon, both of them could be under the course record, and which has been a long time for it. But I think, talking to Sharon earlier, she says, I'm happy for Helen to have won twice, but I wanted one for myself. So I'm pretty sure right now she's digging deep as much as she can to create some space away from Helen, because she don't want to be in a sprint against Helen.
All right, so the women's champion's still in doubt. It's another duel between Lacchetti and O'Beary. We're going to go to Hannah, who has the men's champion, John Career. Hannah?
Career finishing this race in 2:04:45. A guy who runs Boston in Chicago, won Chicago in October. Followed that up today with a title in Boston, the younger brother of Wesley Career, who won this in 2012, as they make history. The first siblings ever to win Boston, and you can see the emotion there as we go down to Duke Castiglione with the winner. Duke.
What did it feel like when you crossed that finish line as the Boston Marathon winner?
It was nice, you know. I was ready to win Boston, so I had trained for it, and now I think now I am Boston champion, and I'm good. I'm still up.
Did you expect your brother there?
Yeah, I accept him there because I had promised him that I'm going to win, so and I made it. Yeah, but.
So you saw him there, you guys embraced. That was a special moment, becoming the first brothers to ever win the Boston Marathon. That's pretty special.
It's special in us, you know. For us, we are good, and we are enjoying to be the Boston champion.
Tell us about the start. At the start, your hand right there, right? Right there, and then you scraped your knee as well.
So at like 50 meters from, it was not even less than 50 meters from the start, I fell down, and I was like I looked some seconds down, then I woke up and tried to cross the cup, and I make it.
Did that affect you at all during the race?
For me, it didn't affect me mentally, but it affected my leg, and I was still feeling a little bit pain, but I was ready to run, and I'm good.
Now, when did you start to push?
For me, I started to push at 20 miles, so I pushed, and I saw people are not moving anymore, so I continued pushing, and then I come to the finishing line.
And you're about close to 8 minutes faster than your brother when he won. I spent a little time with him over here. He's so proud of you. But, you know, what does that feel like? You're going to maybe give him a little joke about being 8 minutes faster in a win?
So, yes, so now, today I will make joke for him because now I am the fastest in the family.
You are?
Yeah, so, and he had a title for Boston in the family, but now I got it, and I think I'll make a joke for him.
John, thank you very much. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you, Duke. I've watched 5Ks, I've watched 10Ks, and here we are in 26, and we've got a sit and kick race.
Yeah, 2K to go. 2K to go. They got up that last little bump there. You definitely feel that bump there. They both went for their bottles, so you know they're both relaxed in their right mind. I think if you get too foggy and your body starts to go, you throw out that last bottle and you just keep racing. These two went over, and I always say it. I think you show your athleticism when you can grab those bottles this late in the stage of a marathon.
Yes, I think after Helen O'Beary just threw her water bottle, but at this time, you just want to get your mouth wet a little bit, get a little sugar to let the brain know that you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
But at this point, it's not that important to carry the water bottles. But I saw earlier there was a lot of hand gesture again. Sharon, don't want to take the lead. And Helen O'Beary don't want to take the chance. So she's going to wait until the last move is be made.
What I like right now, when I'm looking at form, Sharon Lacchetti, a little bit of a tilt back. That's sort of how she runs, but you can see it. You can see a little. And this is exactly what I would say. Helen O'Beary has that lean forward. But watch right there. Then Lacchetti reacts. Woo.
This is where the mental over body, because at this point you've been very competitive. if you were feeling good, you would have made a move and created a space. The created space is not happening now. You just trying to scan as much as you can. I'm gonna work hard next to you, shoulder to shoulder. I think it's gonna come right now, but Hellen Oberi's been behind. It's kind of like the rivalry we take sometimes the Ethiopians and the Kenyans. They don't want to take the lead until they have to come to the finish line, and Sharon's getting a little bit impatient with it, but you got to save something for Hellen.
Well, this is where the track star in Hellen Obiri really shines. She's used to surges and she's used to changing, but right now Sharon Lokedi is putting it on her. Can Hellen Obiri go for that three-peat? She's trying. She's hanging on.
Yeah, usually Helen on your shoulder is not a great thing, but she's freshened it right there.
There is a space been created. It's not big, but it's a little bit. If Sharon Lokedi can be able to see what she's doing, it might be the moment.
What I love about these two right here is they are friends. They are competitors today. They want to beat each other like nobody else, but they are good friends and they take care of each other even during races at times. But right now, it is a race to see who will win, and that is what's fun about it. But at the end of the day, they will both be so excited about how well they ran together today.
Every stride, there's another inch or two. We'll see. Because, listen, we saw Lokedi, and she had dropped back a little bit, and we thought maybe she was going to fall off the pace. And
2 feet becomes 3 feet or 5 feet. Now the gap has created. This is the monumental move for Ledecky, and I think if she realizes that now, just the next 30 seconds are the most important race, not the finish line. If she can create a space, she's going to be fine.
During the race, it's a surge. This is a closing move, right? You're taking this right to the end right here. This is not kind of, we'll just freshen and see what happens. This is to the end.
1,000 meters to go here when they go under this tunnel, and this is where it hurts. This is not, it's not a flat space. Look, you can see it right here. I love this shot. I said that one was that last bump. This is a slow little climb under this tunnel, and it is a game changer.
Kerry, this was where my decisive win was in 2014. Use a downhill as a gravity to be able to just mechanically create a little bit of space, and the famous turn is coming to Hereford, and then Helen and Ledecky can't see each other, so with that blind spot you have to make the gap make it look bigger, so hopefully create space, enough space to enjoy on Boylston Street.
Lokedi looks better to me now. She isn't leaning back quite as far. Her chin is a little bit up, but this is what she does. She likes to put the pressure on and slowly pull away, and she made a real hard move there. Just what, the last K really made that hard move. That's right on Hereford is so exciting. She knows it's close.
You know, it is very hard to run a marathon. It's very difficult to win the Boston Marathon. Hellen Obiri won it twice, and the pressure of maybe doing three-peat is tough. Now the challenge becomes, you know, Sharon Ledecky wants one for herself, and I think we might see that happen at this very exact moment.
Yeah, well, and when you have to go, she goes. It wasn't timid. It may, you know, you might not make it. She timed it right, but there's the left onto Boylston. But when you make that move, you've got to, it's got to be with all the conviction you have left at that point.
Well, I have to say, Sharon brought her mom over from Kenya to be in Flagstaff with her for the last month. She said she's been taking good care of her, and anytime that her mom is around, she elevates her game. She was 4th at the Olympics. She was not exactly happy with that position, but grateful for the position because she wasn't named originally to that squad. Bridget Kosgei pulled out with injury. Sharon took the challenge. She only had 8 weeks to prepare, and look at her here. She is going for her 2nd World Marathon Majors after winning her debut in 2022 in New York.
Listen,
what a race.
You finish, I get 4th is off the podium, so that's always hard, but behind Sifan Hassan and Tighe Assefa and Hellen Obiri, like, you didn't get beat by a bunch of plumbers, right? You got beat by gals who can really go. But this time, Sharon Lokedi, who's been on the wrong end of it with some duels with Hellen Obiri, she has vanquished the back-to-back champion and now can just enjoy this run.
You know, John,
drink it in.
When you are competing to the best that you can, and you could engage how far you are from Hellen Obiri at the Olympic Games, now this is the time that she said, hey, I could do this one day, I could do this one day, and the day has come.
And she doesn't always get that attention, but she's always in it, John. We've called her name time and time again. Congratulations to her. Look at her come in.
I mean, I'm so excited. I'm on the verge of giving a rock chalk for her and her Kansas background.
Emotion, look at the expression on her face, and the dream is becoming a reality.
3 in a row.
No. A new Boston Marathon champ for 2025. That finish line and the laurel belong to Sharon Lokedi.
Oh, there's her mom. I'm crying. I'm sorry. Oh, and you know what? This woman that's coming in second, Helen Obiri, give it up to her as well. What a phenomenal woman, and we love watching her race.
Long time since she's been in the right-hand lane here in Boston. Back to back and now runner-up.
Lokedi's been through a lot. She's been through a lot this year, and she is just so excited. And we know now that some of the Americans are making their way here. Jess McLean is now in 7th position.
And Sharon Lokedi destroys the course record of 2:19.59 by 2.5 minutes. Yahalo comes in third. Everybody on the podium. Sharon Lokedi's the champ. It's the 129th Boston Marathon. We're back with the champs. Gonna wrap things up after this.
Your nerves might be shot. Your hopes might be hiding in the crease. And you might be seeing double. Or you might be feeling the heat. And you might be cursing droughts. And you might be witnessing history. And you might be thinking, oh my God, this is it. Whatever it is, you're in it. And with the Stanley Cup playoffs, that's the only thing that matters. The Stanley Cup playoffs continue Monday on ESPN.
The Copa del Rey Final and El Clasico on ESPN+.
Copa del Rey Final up for grabs.
A throne to claim.
Brilliant effort, exciting game.
Legacies to defend.
He now passes it to Robert Lewandowski. It's the goal they were looking for.
History to be made.
But Mbappe's through here with the charge. What a classy finish for Real Madrid.
When kings collide, the world watches.
And that is it. Game, set, match.
The Copa del Rey Final, exclusively on ESPN+ and ESPN Deportes.
Welcome to the show. Buckle up. It's about to get loud here. The one with unimaginable power. Wow. Unreal stuff. How good is this guy? And endless entertainment. Unbelievable. Where young trailblazers bring big speed, big swag, and big personalities. My God. Welcome to MLB's Best. You can't help but be awed by it all. Sunday Night Baseball. Every Sunday, all season on ESPN.
What a day in Boston as Sharon Lokedi shatters the course record set here in 2014 by 2.5 minutes. She finished second. There she is running into the arms of her mother after finishing second last year to Helen Obiri. She turns the tables on her countrywoman, prevents Helen Obiri from a three-peat, and wins her second marathon major after winning her debut in New York back in 2022. Let's go to Duke at the finish line with the champ.
Yes, Hannah, indeed, we are with Sharon Lokedi, the champ. How does that feel?
Oh, it feels so good. It feels so great. I can't believe it. I'm just so excited. It was tough, and I toughened it out. I just wanted to give my best and just fight it to the end.
Not only did you win, you smashed the course record.
Yeah.
Did you see the time?
Honestly, halfway, I think at half we were like 68, and I was like, Jesus, that's so fast, you know. I'm like, and we had not even hit the hills yet, so I was like, oh no. But we just stayed with it, and you know they kept the pace honest, so I really like that, and just fought to the end.
Was there ever a point where you're thinking, I'm going too fast?
Yes.
Yes,
all the time. The whole way. And it's like, you know, the first miles are like easy, up and down. But once you start hitting the hills and you're like, maybe I'm going too fast. I need to like maybe conserve some energy for the last mile. But you know, I believed in. I was like, let's just stick with it and see how it ends. You never know until you try, right? So.
You and Helen pushed each other last year. Helen won. You finished second.
Yeah.
You guys competed again this year. It was a race.
Yeah.
You guys seem to bring out the best in each other.
Yes. And you know, we kept running, and I'm always like second to her. And today I was like, there's no way. I just have to like put it out there and just fight to the end and see how it goes. So I'm so glad. You know, I ran that fast, and she was right behind me, and you know, we all just fought and wanted this so bad. So, yeah.
I talked to your mom.
Yeah.
I saw the embrace, the finish line.
Yes.
Who's happier, you or her?
I definitely think it's her, but she's my inspiration, and she's always there supporting me. So it was so good to win, and having here to like see all that. So yeah, it feels so good. I cannot believe like how my family are going crazy. My teammates, everyone that's been supporting me. I just want to say thank you.
Congratulations. What a special day.
Thank you. And thank you, Boston. It was awesome out there. I loved every part of it. So thank you. Yeah.
Congrats. Hannah, back to you.
I love that. Thank you, Boston.
That was the best.
I mean, that finishing kick, I don't know if she like saw her mother there and was like literally running into her mother's arms, but definitely we know the crowd was booing her at the end. And
as John pointed out during the race, all three, the podium shattered the course record.
Yeah,
so
it was incredible. And that's a course record that has been here since 2014. So, again, to break that course record by 2.5 minutes, also for her to have won her first major marathon back in 2022, okay? So it's been a while to come back and do it again after finishing second here last year. Really cool story.
It was a great finish. It was a great show. Ellen O'Berry pushing her right down the street.
Yes, and we all thought, because that's how O'Berry won it the last 2 years, we thought she might like shot her and that sprint to the finish, but very, very exciting. Of course, there's 30,000 people still out there, including our good friend Matt James, who's running in his 8th marathon, his 2nd Boston, and he's wearing those very cool Meta glasses. There he is earlier.
Taking his deep breaths before he gets off and runs and hits the course. He has these glasses that are going to enable him to give the runner's view of exactly what he sees. In fact, here is what he sees. This is what it looks like. So if you're out in the course with 30,000 people, there you go.
So actually, you do get a sense of how narrow the course is at points and just how crowded it could be. And again, there are 4 waves of runners going out there. As one of the cool things about this race is you have everyday runners, people who qualify or people who are raising money for charity, and they're racing alongside the best in the world.
Well, as Maria pointed out, because she's run the race, when you come out of Kenmore Square and dip down,
I'm telling you,
you're spent already, and you have to accelerate.
And then it's a tiny little hill, but it feels monumental. But then you can start to feel the crowd, and they start to cheer you in, and then you go right around here, and that's the goal right behind us. It's amazing.
You speak from experience.
I do, and I loved it. It was a long time ago, but boy, it's right here always.
Well, and you're refreshed by all 4 races that happened out on this course today. I mean, all of them were brilliantly maneuvered, brilliantly executed. It was really good.
And we saw John Career really running away with it, which is so cool. Obviously, the younger brother of Wesley Career, former champ here. But behind him was Connor Mance and Clayton Young, those training partners for BYU, and their 3rd BYU alum, Rory Linklater. They were all back there in that 2nd pack. Connor Mance today had his best finish ever in a major. Just off the podium, though. Something to strive for, but he finished 4th, and he is standing by with Duke.
All right, with us now, Connor Mance, first American across the finish line today. Connor, what did that feel like?
Today was difficult for sure, but it was a blast to be in Boston, competing with the best in the world. It was tough for sure. Was happy to be there with, fighting for second with about a quarter mile to go. But the harder I tried, the slower I started to run at the end. But the other 2 guys are just really strong.
The fact that you did not race here last year, but the year before, I know in 2023 the weather conditions weren't as good as they are today. However, you're 5 minutes 13 seconds faster today than you were 2 years ago. Did you feel that much better?
I felt a lot better last year. Around mile 24, I began to get some tunnel vision, began to black out. So I lost about 2 minutes in the last 2 miles last time I ran this. But this year I think I paced it out a little bit better. I competed up front. I was ready to run. I was just a lot more fit as well. So I was happy to be here today, competing with some of the best in the world. I thought if I ran my second half in 63:30 or faster, I'd be able to compete for the win. But when John Career made that move around mile 21, mile 20, I tried to go with it, but I could tell it was a little bit too strong for me at the time, so I let him go, and then I tried to just compete for second.
Excellent time, though. Do you learn something about this race? Do you feel going forward this is a race you can win?
I think so. I think going forward this is a race I could win. Like you said, I made some big progress between 2 years ago and this race. Just the weather's a little bit better, but I don't think it's 3 minutes better by any means. So it was a race, that I improved a lot. If you think about it, 2 years ago, John Career, the guy who won it today, he was 9th, I believe. And, we ran a lot of that race together. And so seeing him win it this year, it gives me some confidence for the years in the future.
Connor, thank you very much.
Hey, thank you as well.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent performance by Connor Mantz. It is steps in the marathon, right? Takes him doing to get where he wants to be. He's still got plenty of marathons left. This is the last one competitively for Des Linden. Dozen Boston's, champs in 2018. Look at the emotion of that, Carrie.
Yeah, I'm emotional looking at it. 2:26:09, not too shabby still, but look, the best part about it is all of the American women right there that were there to embrace her, to even praise her. I saw Dakota Lindworm, bowing down to her. It was awesome. Congratulations, Des Linden.
Dakota got married,
Oh, Dakota Popain. Sorry, Montana. I'll see you at home in Minnesota. We'll make up for that.
And the first American across was Jess McLean in 7th place.
Can I just say she tied Joan Benoit Samuelson's time here. She's the fourth or fifth fastest American here on this course.
Yeah. Well, listen, if you can get your name in a sentence with Joan Benoit Samuelson, I'm in. I'll take it with Joan Benoit Samuelson. Duke is with the top American, Jess McLean. Duke?
Jess, first American across the finish line. What's that like?
Oh my gosh, it was absolutely amazing. Once I got over Heartbreak Hill, hit the sit-go sign, I just used the total, just Boston strong energy coming down the final stretch, and it was magical. I just knew Des was somewhere behind me, and she announced it was her last race. I saw it right before we started warming up, and the energy of Boston this whole weekend has been electric, so it's been absolutely magical.
Your first major was back in New York City,
Yes.
New York City Marathon. You're almost 5 minutes faster than you were last fall. What was the difference today?
I think confidence. I think with New York, it was my first major, and I didn't know what to expect, and I probably overextended myself a little bit through the whole weekend, and this weekend I just really focused on being smart and being all in when I was there with Brooks and the BAA for my appearance, and then otherwise just really focused on recovering and focusing on the race. But it was, I don't know, it was Boston magic. The whole weekend felt amazing, and I just knew it was going to be something special, and just so happy.
I saw you with a group of American runners, professional runners, after the race. You guys all seem to have a great relationship. Do you push each other? Do you train? What is that like?
It's amazing. I think the American women are coming on so strong. Annie Frisbee went out hard, and honestly that motivated me so much. I was working with Emma Bates and Sarah Hall pretty much the entire race, and just having that strong pack the entirety of the first half up until mile 16 or 18 was awesome. And I think it can be any American's day, and just use the energy of working with each other is you have to in each race. It's so fun.
All that energy after the race, it was really special.
So finish line moments are my favorite, and no matter what kind of day I have, I want to soak it in and take that moment just to celebrate with the American women and everybody finishing the day.
Jess, congratulations. John, back to you.
Thank you, Duke. Jess McLean, 7th place. Annie Frisbee, who did go out so strong, comes through in 8th. As all 4 waves now on the course and making their way here. 128 countries are represented. And as Ambry Brewfoot said when he won in 1968, the goal on Monday is to finish on Monday. We're back with more from the marathon. Highlights of the winners when we come back.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. You don't just give an extra hand, you give your whole heart, because it feels good to raise up the community that raised you. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
That was a new car, huh? Yep. Big L. Ellie? You called for a big L, so now she's serving. Get it, girl?
I meant my car. That is a big loss.
Oh, you don't need an L, you need a W. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Just give State Farm a call, and we'll get to work.
Excuse me, guys, but the queen is already working here.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Come on, Charlie, use your new door. Let's go. I said go! Silly dog, I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
This shirt is a must-have in your closet.
I was tired of floppy collars and shirts with sweat stains, so I got this shirt I saw on TV, and now I don't have to worry about any of that. I got it shipped in no time, and I switched from regular polos to this immediately. The brand is called Collars & Co. They make a regular stretchy golf shirt, but the top has a firm collar on it. I got rid of so many problems by upgrading to this. No dry cleaning needed anymore, and I'm free from uncomfortable long sleeves, and the collar stays stiff all day. Get 20% off using code TV at collarsandco.com.
Everyone loves Corduroy's plush convertible bean bags. When it's time to rest, there's a bed inside, filled with our proprietary blend of hypoallergenic foam. Corduroys are American-made with washable covers and a lifetime guarantee since 1998. And now is the best time to get your corduroys during our limited time sale.
There you see it, 129th Boston Marathon presented by Bank of America. And just like it was in 1897, like the race is good. It's not, I know we put a clock on it and we had a record performance, but again, it's the competition. And all you want to do is stand at the top of the podium and be first. And we saw that today in 4 terrific races. First off today were the men's wheelchair racers. Marcel Hug. We always think that's a foregone conclusion. And yet, you still have to go perform, and he always does.
Marcel Hug is so dominant over this marathon division. He owns the world record, he owns the course record, he is the Paralympic champion, and today he earned his 8th win on this course, tying him with the American wheelchair racing legend, Gene Driscoll. Right off the start, he is so smooth. He has a plan for every race, and he is just so consistent.
Death taxes Marcel Hug, maybe 8 of them now. So if you're Ernst Van Dyke, he's like, okay, do I have to come here in 2028 when he breaks my record? Looking ahead, and then Daniel Romacek, really the only guy that was able to, I don't want to say put up a fight, everybody's given full effort, but at some point the other guy is just better. And it's okay to be that.
It is, and Marcel he has been that guy for so many years now.
Here's a look at that top 10, and then the women's wheelchair highlight. Listen, there were 5 or 4 champions in here, 6 women that had won majors, and Susanna Scaroni beat a really deep field.
This was such an amazing race, and such a good race for Susanna Scaroni. Started with a pack of 4, 3 of those 4 former Boston Marathon champions. Susanna won in 23, missed last year. Played a little bit of catch-up off the start this year, but she single-handedly broke that pack up in the hills, and that gap just grew and grew and grew till she crossed the line.
Champ in 23, champ in 25, yeah. So Scaroni on top by 2 minutes, which is impressive, especially when you look at who's in the rear view, right? Bruner, Shar, Cooper, McFadden, De Rosario, all of those have won majors, and she comes through. Mev, let's put you to work. Men's championship race. Sasai Lema was in the fight, then dropped out with a leg problem, and that left us a bunch of other guys who are all really good.
The marathon's unpredictable. It was a tough day, but a great weather and great competition. John Corrick came on top after winning the Chicago Marathon. His confidence is up. He did it for a great cause and purpose, and he delivered. And Alphonse Simbo also ran phenomenal, 2:05.04 with as long as Cyprien Couture. They were literally 18 seconds or so from the win, and a great, great day for Connor Mance. I know he didn't podium, but he ran 2:05.08, only about 23 seconds from the win and 4 seconds from second place.
John Kerr lost the bib, won the race. I feel like that's a fair trade as you go on down. Mukhtar Idris, really good work by him. And Clayton Young in 7th was fantastic. Carrie, women's race, good to the last drop.
Always. I mean, us ladies know how to race. I shouldn't even put myself in that situation. But Sharon Lokedi just really timed it out perfectly again. Helen Obiri on her heels, as she always seems to be. But sometimes Helen Obiri gets that last 100 meters. Today, it was all Sharon Lokedi. With 1,000 meters to go, she really made her final push, and she slowly pulled away. Look at that smile. Look at that hug from her mom. I mean, this was a big, big day for her. She went to the Olympics. She was 4th there. She made a push to win there, didn't quite get it. She came here today, maybe with a little bit of a chip on her shoulder. This is something that she's been wanting since that first marathon win in New York City a few years ago. Take a look at the top 10 there, the top American Jess McLean, and you and I touched on this with Lokedi. Yes, that last 1,000 she made a move, and Helen couldn't answer with her kick, but at 5K is where she kind of took the sting out of her for that, for sure. 4 great champions, and good for me. I got to work with 3 great champions here in Carrie Tollefson, Meb Keflezighi, Amanda McGraw. You guys were terrific. Thanks so much. As we send it back to the booth to Ed and Maria Hanna, as you know, this is my favorite time. Here are the jelly donuts. And I am going to wreck them. I am ready to go.
There you go.
I don't know.
Let's eat.
Throw them up here, please.
Right?
You guys are the new Fab Four. Wonderful job, guys.
Isn't our jelly donuts at the end of a marathon a little antithetical when you haven't actually run the marathon?
No.
I get it. Our broadcast
This
was
is
a marathon.
Boston.
Okay,
This is
there
what we
you go.
do.
I got it.
Lots of them.
A huge thank you to all our broadcast partners here in Boston and the Boston Athletic Association. For those of you watching us on ESPN2, we thank you so much for joining us, and our good friends here who will be having their jelly donuts soon, Ed and Maria, will keep going with continuing coverage on WCVB, also on ESPN Plus. That's coming your way in just a few minutes. And for all of our tremendous staff, both on and off the air, we say thank you for watching the 129th Boston Marathon.
I played soccer in college, and we had an amazing season, and then just it all changed. I woke up one morning and had this terrible, terrible headache. I fell into a coma and woke up 5 days later, paralyzed from the waist down. I was lucky to receive incredible care that helped me recover. When I run, I think of people that are impacted by paralysis. Being able to help them feels like my responsibility. My marathon is for the Christopher and Dana Ree Foundation and improving the quality of life for those who are impacted by paralysis, just like I was.
What would you like the power to do? Bank of America.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Not really big into committing to things. I usually stop binging the show halfway through the first episode. I mean, remember when my hair was blonde for like 2 seconds? But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years for both phone and internet, even if I'm already a customer, I was like, duh. I think 3 years in the future, Pete will be very proud of my decision. Look at me grow. Come on! Can you hear me now? I sure hope so.
I love that my daughter still needs me, but sometimes I can't help due to burning and stabbing pain in my hands. So I use Nervive.
Nervive's clinical dose of ALA reduces nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days.
Now I can help again. Feel the difference with Nervive.
Hilton is bringing you more new ways to stay than ever before. With all new places, there's all new experiences to enjoy. Hilton for the stay.
To all the Reese's fans yearning for a PB&J cup, Reese's didn't make one.
They made 2, because they feel bad for making you wait. Just kidding. They just think you'll buy both, because obviously you will.
Your nerves might be shot. Your hopes might be hiding in the crease. And you might be seeing double, or you might be feeling the heat. And you might be cursing droughts. And you might be witnessing history. And you might be thinking, oh my God, this is it. Whatever it is, you're in it. And with the Stanley Cup playoffs, that's the only thing that matters.
Rockets. Suns. Back. 8. You I
in the of the
If you have generalized myasthenia gravis, picture what life could look like with Vyvgart Hytrulo, a subcutaneous injection that takes about 30 to 90 seconds. For one thing, could it mean more time for you? Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness with a treatment plan that's personalized to you. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you have a serious allergy to any of its ingredients. It can cause serious allergic reactions like trouble breathing and decrease in blood pressure, leading to fainting and allergic reactions such as rashes, swelling under the skin, shortness of breath, and hives. The most common side effects are respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions. It may increase the risk of infusion-related reactions and infection. Tell your doctor if you have a history of infections or
Carlo Ancelotti is without doubt one of the greatest managers of all time, but at 65 years old and with Real Madrid looking unlikely to win any silverware this season, reports suggest Don Carlo's time in Madrid is coming to an end. Ancelotti's previous long-term replacement was an iconic former Real Madrid midfielder who revolutionised the side tactically. If Ancelotti were to leave, there's another former Real Madrid midfielder that's doing pretty well in management. Hello, welcome back, I'm Statman Dave, and today we're going to take a look at how Xabi Alonso would set up Real Madrid. Of course, if you are new around here, make sure to hit that subscribe button, like the video, but anyway, let's get this party started. The man to bring an end to Bayern Munich's dominance in Germany, Xabi Alonso combines offensive gegenpressing elements inspired by Jurgen Klopp with a tiki-taka based approach based on Pep Guardiola. Combine this with a hint of relationalism, Xabi Alonso has truly created his own unique brand of football. Whilst that sounds very exciting and very effective, with Alonso guiding Leverkusen to an invincible season for the first time in Bundesliga history, what does his record-breaking system actually look like? As Bayer Leverkusen manager, Xabi Alonso has favoured a 3-4-2-1, although he's tinkered with a 3-5-2 and in rare instances a 4-4-2. His preferred shape consists of a goalkeeper who's comfortable in possession, but not a ball-playing specialist like Manchester City's Ederson. Alonso's back three has a more traditional central defender with more expansive outside centre-backs. Looking at this further, one is generally more of an outside centre-back, whilst the other operates almost like a full-back, moving wide in build-up and occasionally supporting attacks. In terms of wing-backs, Jeremy Frimpong operated from the right almost like a winger, whilst Alex Grimaldo was more of a complete wing-back who operated in all aspects, at times holding the attack in width, other times dropping deep, sometimes playing as a traditional fullback as well as inverting into midfield. Alonso's double pivot was made up of a controlling number 6 and a more energetic but technically gifted number 8. Meanwhile, on attacking midfield, the left number 10 was more of a playmaker who'd pull the strings in the final third, whilst the right one was more of a second striker who would focus on off-the-ball runs. Finally, Alonso has used a variety of strikers, finding success with a traditional fixed point number 9 like Patrick Schick, as well as a more mobile forward like Victor Boniface. So let's start by looking at the composition of the goalkeeper and the back three. As we mentioned, Alonso's Leverkusen were quite attacking on their right-hand side, with the right wing-back operating as a nominal winger, and the right-sided centre-back as a wide centre-back that could move into that area if Frimpong had moved inside. For Real Madrid, though, I expect this to be flipped, due to Trent Alexander-Arnold being the right wing-back, but also maybe Fran Garcia or Rodrigo on that left-hand side. So I think naturally what we'll see for Real Madrid under Alonso is a more of a winger, playing as a left wing back, and the outside centre back on the left hand side being a wide centre back. This really suits their squad. So looking from a goalkeeper, first and foremost, Courtois will be between the sticks. Don't need a massively ball-playing goalkeeper. Courtois is fine, but he is an elite-level shot stopper, perfect for Alonso's style. Moving into the defence, let's start in the middle. A key component of the defence at Bayer Leverkusen was the strength of that centre-back position. A traditional defender, a guy that needs to be able to cover the two outside centre-backs, but also win a lot of his duels. That 101 is Antonio Rudiger, the perfect player to be Alonso's centre-back in Real Madrid. Now let's move to the right-hand side of that back three. This has to be a ball-playing centre-back. Tapsoba for Alonso, ranked number 1 for defenders, for passes into the final third, and for progressive passes. This player needs to be a very confident ball player that can really distribute from deep. Of course, we could see a number of players playing this role. Potentially Tchouaméni, if he's needed, could drop back and play that right-sided centre-back position. But I think Real Madrid have got to use one of their academy graduates in this role. And that, of course, is Asensio. He's a player that's really come on this season, has impressed in the Champions League. Good at breaking lines with passes, but also a good defender. The other thing when you think about Alonso's sides is the outside centre-backs will defend in those wide areas. This is something that Asensio has done in his career, having played right back a few times for Real Madrid. So let's move to the left-hand side of the defence. This is where it's a little bit more exciting. This arguably is a fullback that's being converted into a centre-back. As we mentioned, they're playing a wide centre-back role. Of course, that could be Mendy. Ferland Mendy has locked down Real Madrid's left-hand side from a defensive sense for the last 3 seasons, going into a lot of teams of the season for the Champions League. Basically, the attacker ahead of him didn't do too much defensive work, so Mendy would have to deal with a lot. So he's very capable in a defensive sense dealing with those situations. But also he's relatively decent getting forward. I wouldn't say it's his best part of his game, but can provide crosses into the box. From this outside centre-back role, I think this is perfect for Mendy. Alternatively, if you want to go a little bit more offensive in that position, David Alaba, once again, is another player that's played the real top level as a centre-back and a left-back, and even in midfield for Austria and Bayern Munich. He's another player that would add attacking quality. You're thinking he's probably the attacking option, whereas Mendy is probably the more defensive option for Alonso. If he's playing a big team, you've got an opposition right winger that causes problems, get Mendy in the side, because quite frankly, he could dominate those 1v1 situations. In possession, Xabi Alonso's Leverkusen look to build out from their goalkeeper, often pushing a wing-back high and creating a 3-4-2-2 with the goalkeeper splitting the centre-backs. Ball progression often comes by inviting pressure and breaking lines with diagonal passes and third-man runs, or by using quick and short passing combinations to work the ball into advanced areas. Quite a pragmatic coach, if necessary, Alonso will instruct his players to play long into the wide areas. Creating passing diamonds around the ball is a key concept for Xabi Alonso. And whilst he's got clear beliefs in positional football, he also incorporates relationalism by having players operate in close proximity to one another. Not only does this allow for quick passing combinations, but it sets Alonso's side up well to counter-press if possession is lost. So now let's move into the double pivot. Given the fact that the two wing backs are really important in the final third, the double pivot is an area that needs real quality. It's the engine room of the team. You're looking to combine a controlling player with a real box-to-box player with a massive engine, a player that can press high, that can really win the ball back. So for Xabi Alonso at Leverkusen, Granit Xhaka has been converted into one of the best sixes in the world. Since the start of last season, Granit Xhaka has had more touches than any other player in Europe's top 5 leagues, and he's completed the most passes into the final third. So this player at the base of midfield is super important to get on the ball and then fire the ball forward to his teammates. The relational nature of it means that he'll have a lot of options, and I think that's an interesting side. Whenever Alonso's side move the ball into midfield, there's always kind of a diamond of options, be it the 9 at the tip, let's say he's moved over to support the play, of course the number 10 inside, and the wing back on the side. They'll always create these types of diamond shapes to really help progression and help them move the ball with third-man runs or short passing combinations. I think when you're looking at Real Madrid's squad, who can be the Granit Xhaka? I never thought I'd be saying those words. Well, first and foremost, I quite like the idea of Valverde playing that role. He's done it a number of times this season, playing as the 6 to quite a good level. I like the way he passes, he breaks the lines, and fires the balls into the feet of certain attackers at certain moments. I think he's well suited to that position. But Ezequiel Palacios is one of my favourite players in Europe's top 5 leagues. Valverde's skill set seems very, very similar. That box-to-box 8 that's so important in terms of pressing, moving into areas to receive possession, and being really, really good in terms of getting into space. I think Valverde's skill set, the goals that he scored for Real Madrid as well over the years, I think he's got to be the 8 for this Real Madrid side. So we are looking at the number 6. Who can play there? Then there's a number of options for Real Madrid. I think you've got the likes of Tchouaméni that's shown some good moments for Real Madrid, but maybe not as dominant as we expected. You know, when he plays for France, he looks a lot better. But I really like what Camavinga's been doing this season. Of course, he's missed a lot of it with injury, but when he's played, he's been quite good. I like him as a playmaker, and we've got to remember he's 21 years old. He is the perfect type of player for Alonso to mould into his number 6. Think about the work that he did with Granit Xhaka. Could do some incredible things with Camavinga. That pairing of Valverde and Camavinga has it all. Has the playmaking, has the real energy and pressing of Valverde to go and win the ball back and then supplement the attack. Again, Alonso's kind of shape is so fluid that at times you will see, you know, the number 8 moving into an attacking midfield position to get into positions to get on the ball. It's super, super fluid all over the pitch. There's a lot of interchange in positions and so forth. So Valverde's box-to-box role, Camavinga controlling the play, I think is perfect. If Real Madrid want to go more offensive, Jude Bellingham, again, would be perfect for that 8 role. Everything we mentioned previously, the ability to win duels, to carry, to pass the ball forward, Bellingham has that. This is more the offensive midfield setup where I think more we'll see Camavinga as the 6 and Valverde as the 8. I think for Real Madrid as well, we're talking about flipping the defence for Alonso. I think that'll be a similar thing for Real Madrid, where the 8 will actually play on the right-hand side and the 6 will play on the left-hand side. Just thinking about balance, you know, when you're looking at the left-hand side, we mentioned previously, it'll be the more offensive side of the team. You know, you're playing more of a natural winger in the wide area. Mendy's got to be a little bit more attacking, which makes sense to play your 6 on that side to provide balance. Again, when you're looking at the interchange of, you know, let's say Trent and Valverde, that could definitely do that on the pitch. You also think the playmaker's going to be on that side as well. Having a box-to-box player that can move off the ball after passing it could be really crucial for Real Madrid in the final third. But again, fluidity, but the 6 on the left, the 8 on the right-hand side. So now we move to one of the most important positions in Alonso's system. The wing-backs are so crucial in attack, in defence and progression options. The big thing when you're looking at the Leverkusen side was how high the right wing-back would get. Frimpong and the interchange and moving of positions of Grimaldo moving inside to progress the play. As we mentioned, due to Real Madrid's kind of squad right now, you'd expect those roles to be flipped and Trent Alexander-Arnold very much to play on the right-hand side of the defence. I think when you're looking at that kind of the role and the interchange, he'll be the complete wing-back. He will be the player that can get on the ball in deep areas and control the play. That being said, the 2 players need to be really good progression options. The top 2, since Alonso's first season in charge in Europe, were Grimaldo and, of course, Frimpong. These are 2 players that receive the ball high, but they make things happen. Only 2 defenders in that time have been directly involved in over 25 goals. And that is Grimaldo and Trent Alexander-Arnold. When you look at Grimaldo statistically, he's very similar to Trent in terms of creating chances, shot creating actions from dead balls, but also shot creating actions from live passes. What Real Madrid want to do is get Trent on the ball in these deep areas, allowing him to find the number 9 in behind the defence. Of course, that's probably going to be Kylian Mbappe, and that could be a really dangerous move. Think about all the passes that Trent's played to the likes of Sadio Mane across the pitch, or alternatively to Mohamed Salah to get in behind. I think as well, defensively, Trent Alexander-Arnold still has a bit of a problem. Only won 40% of his tackles versus dribblers in the Champions League this season. Playing him as a wing-back means he's higher up, means that players can cover him, players can support him. You've probably got the best shuttler in the world at the moment in Valverde in terms of helping out those fullbacks. And again, in certain moments, we could see those 2 players switching positions, allowing Trent to get on the ball in these deeper areas and being that kind of progressive option if Real Madrid need that. But a lot of creativity will come from that right-hand side, and it's a big, big reason why Real Madrid have signed Trent is to allow him to get on the ball. On the other side is quite interesting. So we're looking at the left wing-back. We want a winger in this position. Frimpong was absolutely elite at creating chances after dribbles. He had the most in Europe following a carry than any other defender. I think when we look at the Real Madrid squad, this potentially is where a slight hole role is there. You could potentially play Rodrigo out there. I think that would be a good option. Rodrigo has shown a really good tactical awareness under Carlo Ancelotti, playing the unselfish role in the right wing, but actually coming up with some really, really good numbers. He's a player that I really like and a player that would really evolve Real Madrid's attacking side. That being said, of course, Fran Garcia comes in as the natural option. Fran Garcia has a lot of similarities to Frimpong in the sense of he's pretty quick. He's good at pressing high with his speed. He's also good at dribbling and crossing the ball into the box. He's very much a natural left winger, whereas Rodrigo would be more of that kind of right footer playing on the left-hand side, driving in. But I still like that because I think Rodrigo is a top player. So that's, again, the makeup of the wing-backs. In terms of the recruitment side of things, Real Madrid probably need to look into the market. Aït-Nouri in the Premier League has similar carry stats to Frimpong, whereas Gutierrez is an ex-Real Madrid youth player that would provide a little bit more of that Grimaldo ball-playing quality that he's shown at Girona in La Liga. But at the moment, I think Rodrigo is probably the best option in this system, and you just have to work out how they play off the ball, which we'll look at a little bit later on. So now let's move into the front three, starting with the second striker role. So for Alonso, that was either Hoffman or Adli, and they play on the right-hand side of the front three. For me, I think Real Madrid have got to flip it, similar to the rest of the makeup of the side, as we've spoken about Trent and the right centre-back, the left centre-back and the left wing-back, flipping that attacking line, playing the second striker or the inside forward on the left and the playmaker on the right is much better for Real Madrid's squad. Of course, in terms of that inside forward, Vinicius Jr. is the perfect guy. In the last 4 seasons, he's been directly involved in more goals than any other player in the Champions League. He also has 18 assists in that competition, which is 6 more than any other player in the last 4 seasons. His ability to hold the width, but also play inside, get into the box and score goals is all there, and it's perfect for Alonso's style of football. Quite like the idea as well, if, for example, you got Rodrigo driving inside, Vinicius pulling wide. Again, this is something that we're starting to see with back threes, is those kind of wing-backs carrying inside in possession of the football. And of course, the reverse movement for the winger, moving into that wide area, giving Real Madrid such fluidity on this left-hand side, backed up by Camavinga at defensive midfield, and Mendy, one of the best defensive players in Europe. So now let's move into the advanced playmaking role. Florian Wirtz did it for Alonso at Bayer Leverkusen, and I expect it to be Jude Bellingham for Real Madrid. In terms of skill sets, what Alonso wants from his number 10, the playmaker of the side, he wants him to receive passes, either on the half turn or back to goal, get himself turned, and then deciding to carry into the final third. This is 101 what Florian Wirtz did. He's very, very good at finding pockets of space to receive. Similar to Jude Bellingham. He's really good at receiving, turning himself, and then carrying forward. We're looking at the Florian Wirtz statistics. He ranked number 1 for attacking midfielders since the start of last season for progressive passes received. Always an option for his teammates. That being the number 6. That could be the centre-back, the wide centre-back, central midfield, and so forth. This is something that Bellingham could do. But also Florian Wirtz ranked 5th for carries into the final third. Again, another part of Bellingham's skill set that is absolutely elite, his ability to drive forward and carry the ball. In terms of passing into the box, Florian Wirtz ranked 4th, another thing Bellingham can do. And also when you look at through balls for players under 23 in Europe's top 5 leagues since the start of last season, Florian Wirtz is number 2, Jude Bellingham is number 5, given that Bellingham will have more touches and more possession. If we look at the touches statistics right now, we can see that Wirtz has a lot more than Bellingham. Given that Bellingham's now going to be playing in a team that focuses getting the ball to the attacking midfielder, we'll see more touches, more through balls, more goals, more assists. Which moves us on to the last position within the side, and that is the number 9, of course. That's not Erling Haaland, it's Kylian Mbappe. I think when you look at Kylian Mbappe and we see his improvement, I like that he's really started to become a 9 that can come off the line and receive to feet, get himself turned, and then move into the box. Scored a really good goal against Rayo Vallecano where he kind of started receiving with the ball back to goal, played it wide, and then moved into a kind of left channel position, received an outside the boot through ball and scored. Fantastic. Mbappe is growing. He's scoring a load of goals for Real Madrid. But I think the big thing with him that he could work on, and something that Alonso will get out of him, is in that involvement in the game. His assist numbers is definitely something at Real Madrid that could be even better. We look at Boniface last season, that was Alonso's number 9. He got 8 assists in the Bundesliga, which was only better by Ollie Watkins as any centre forward in Europe. I expect Mbappe's assist numbers to become even better. He's got the quality out wide, he's got the quality in the pass. He'll be more involved, he'll have more touches, which will just mean he'll create more opportunities and score more goals. Very, very exciting, that front three of Jude Bellingham, Vinicius Jr. and Kylian Mbappe with Rodrigo as a left wing back. So now let's talk about the defensive setup, because I think this is a really key part of what Alonso does in Madrid. As good as Xabi Alonso's teams are in possession, they're just as good without the ball. His Leverkusen side would drop into a 5-2-2-1, using the central overload to block the middle of the pitch, with their front three putting constant pressure on the ball and the wing back closest to the ball encouraged to join the press. Alonso's men can be very difficult to play against and often force their opponents into long balls that are easily recovered. If teams won't go long, Alonso sets pressing traps by encouraging them to play passes from wide areas into central midfield, where their box midfield can spring one of those traps. Key to this approach is the energetic front three and an intelligent double pivot, who have to judge when to step out of shape to press and when to hold their defensive position. Meanwhile, aggressive and confident centre-backs are also required to track their men or jump into midfield to make tackles. I think this basically will be the attacking setup. Dependent on the shape and system, maybe we'll see, at times more like three-man midfields on the ball with, maybe Camavinga sitting a bit deeper, Bellingham moving to a central midfield position, them going with kind of a 3-5-2 in possession, with both fullbacks super high. We've seen Alonso do that with Leverkusen this season, playing a three-man midfield, arguably a kind of 3-3-4 structure, similar to Inter Milan that they've done and been so dominant in the Champions League and in Serie A. But I think defensively is kind of the question marks here, just in terms of how it would all work together. Of course, Real Madrid have basically been defending in a 4-4-2 this season with Real Madrid, and that's something that potentially could happen with this setup and with lineup. You're thinking it's quite simple. Rodrigo moves to a left midfield position, Mendy drops into left back, Rudiger goes to that kind of left centre back, Asensio moves to right centre back, Trent drops in, Bellingham moves to wide right, and we're seeing a similar move from Jude Bellingham, against the ball, sitting in that position, but as soon as Real Madrid win the ball, moving into that attacking midfield area, Trent moves high, Rodrigo stays in the same position, Mendy tucks in possession, Rudiger tucks in possession, and Asensio moves a little bit wide as well to be that ball player. I think this works quite well, a 4-4-2 structure off the ball with a 3-4-2-1 on the ball. But taking things even further, another shape that Alonso's used this season from a defensive sense is a 5 at the back structure. What we'd see there, potentially, Asensio moving out to kind of a right-sided centre-back role, Mendy tucking in, Rodrigo dropping as a left wing-back, Camavinga, Valverde, Bellingham being the midfield three, and Mbappe and Vinicius Jr. being high. Again, the big thing with Alonso, quite quick in the transition. The gegenpressing style, they will go quick, which will get a lot of Vinicius Jr. and Mbappe, but even more in possession. But this setup, of course, when we're looking at the other players we mentioned previously, throwing in a Fran Garcia into this setup to be a little bit more defensive and have more of a natural left footer on that side would work. Similar thing, 5 at the back, 3 midfield, 2 up front. All sorted, all solved. Xabi Alonso is going to evolve this Real Madrid team. Tactically, on the ball, I can't wait to see what he does with Jude Bellingham and Kylian Mbappe. I think those two players are going to be so fun to watch under the former Real Madrid central midfielder. But anyway, guys, I've been Statman Dave. If you're new around here, make sure you hit that subscribe button, like the video, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for watching. If you've enjoyed this video, why not check out some more content on the Statman Dave YouTube channel.
I mean, Queen F6, GF, and Bishop H4, right?
I mean, Bishop H4.
Winning that rook, and that rook might be this knight on C5 is a monster.
It's just over.
Unbelievable. 16 moves, all started with C4, F6, C5, and then we see all the benefit of White's initiative. What a power performance by Fabi. Also showing his tremendous experience in freestyle. We also have to mention, I think this is fair towards all the other players also, that the top players, they are not only top players, but they are also playing this freestyle chess now for quite some time, yeah? That was the first Weissenhaus tournament in 2024. Tremendous amount of experience. They are playing all the rapid and also the classical time control. Then 2 events now, yeah? And Fabi and many of the top players from St. Louis bringing as well all the experience. So very tough to fight against them. It's extremely difficult. And okay, here Fabi is just demonstrating his tremendous power, and he might finish on 7 out of 9. Since it's not about the ticket in Vacancy, Las Vegas, it will not hunt him so badly, but certainly will be very upset with his third round loss to Etienne Bacro. Yeah? Because if not for that accident, then who knows what he would have also been capable.
It's true, but of course he did lose, and that was that. But there are tour points to be won here, right?
Yeah, also tour points, yes,
course.
exactly, which are very important.
Very important.
Yes, also for Vincent. So probably let's head back to Vincent after now we had this tour, because what happened? Vincent played the move Rook D7, indirectly protecting against Bishop takes e5. What a move this is. By the way, up till this moment, the game has almost identical accuracy level according to the computer from both sides. 92.6 for Magnus Carlsen and 93.1 for Vincent Keimer. It's just insane knowing that what a crazy complex position they are navigating. But the cost of all these precise moves is that Vincent is done already only to 5 minutes 30 seconds. He has to rely on increment in such a position against none other than Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and Magnus now going to play some moves a bit more quickly, as is Vincent. H4, I love it.
H4.
Don't be passive.
Yeah, he kind of prepared this move. Is it a good move? According to computer, not. But it was an emotional move. It meant that he doesn't know exactly what to do. Clock is ticking down and he's desperately searching for counterplay. But what is the justification after Bishop takes e5? Why can't we just pick up this pawn?
I think we can. H3 check he wants. No.
Well, H3 check I don't really mind, and I'm hiding.
You put the king
Magnus
on
is
H2.
equally surprised, like, wait a second, what am I missing? The accuracy level dropped to 91.9. The computer is criticizing this move. Maybe there was some very strong move, but it's unpleasant to be black. Maybe if you have 1 hour on the clock and you have time to sort things out, but with so many things hanging in the air and this knight on d5 being so powerful, and White's king is kind of perfectly safe, yeah? It's a perfectly safe king. Very difficult to play with the time on the clock. Just almost impossible. So what about Bishop takes e5? What happens after Bishop takes e5? Because clearly this is the move that Vincent calculated, yet the computer hates it. And we come back to this thematic that computer always hates this Bishop takes e5, which for us mortals, it isn't so easy to understand. Is there some argument for some Queen h5 business? But it's so difficult to imagine. There is this pin, so it might not be so easy to protect on f4, but I just can't believe in this move.
I struggle to believe in that move.
But look at the engine, the more he thinks about it, the evil bar is going down and down. Okay, I trust Vincent in this case, but what else does White have? Because if White picks up the pawn on h4, then probably Vincent wants to take and go Queen h5.
And then King g3.
That would be very human. And you think you can get away with that one, yeah?
I don't know. I mean, I doubt it.
Magnus is about to make a move. He's kind of rushing. Yeah, he still has 27 minutes. He wants to put pressure on Vincent's clock. One can feel it. Yeah, there is so many arguments to say, like, slow down, think, everything is out of control. Nobody knows what's going on. But maybe Magnus knows. Maybe that's the trick. Did he expect the move h4? Could easily be. Vincent fighting for his life. Yeah, and Magnus takes with a bishop.
Surprising.
Magnus takes with a bishop, which means that he was kind of worried of some Queen h5 at the end of the line, so he wants to keep his rook alive. but also control the position. He just can't close his eyes and play quickly and then throw the game away. And we did the tournament. A very tense situation. Magnus putting the pressure. There's also the move Queen G6, threatening Rook takes H4, but I'm wondering maybe then White can just retreat with the Bishop to G3.
Of course, instantaneous Bishop G3.
But are we sure about this, that this is so strong? Because then I take on H1, take on G5, and I don't know how clear this is. Vincent is kind of surprised. He did not expect the move Bishop takes H4.
Yeah, he's surprised. I think he's I think that was a bit of a bluff H4, actually, somehow. He played it with a lot of confidence.
Well, I think the idea was that against Bishop takes E5, he figured out what to do. He was not afraid, and he assumed that after H4, doesn't matter how you take, you lose the control, and I will be able to activate. And look at this, Vincent's face expression shows like, I don't understand why I can't do what I'm planning. Under 4 minutes.
He's either surprised that Magnus hasn't seen something, or he genuinely just didn't expect this reply. Either way, 3 minutes 30. That's tough. That is tough in a position like this, so much going on. I wonder if that was part of Magnus's overall strategy today. He thought, okay, I've got White, I want to get Vincent in time trouble. I wonder if that was in the back of his mind.
Definitely. But the question, Queen G6, for example, then can we play the move?
Bishop G3.
Yeah, Bishop G3, but okay, then I take on H1,
okay, I take.
You take with the Rook,
yes.
I take on G5, and what's my problem?
Now
because you are losing the grip on the D5 knight.
Yeah, but I'm going to go A4 there, I think.
Okay, I'm ready and willing to. Bishop takes D5, ED, Bishop E3 with idea, Bishop F4. I have this blockading knight on D6. This is a game. Wow. Queen D8 played. Okay, similar idea. Queen goes to D8, also eyeing the G5 pawn, like this. So threatening to sacrifice on H4 after Bishop G3 we transpose to our line. Somewhat surprising decision, this Queen D8.
According to the eval bar, it's still very much in the balance here. So, you know.
There is so much tension in the position.
It's a tough position.
Give Vincent 15 more minutes, yeah? Then we talk, but I know it's...
Part of auction chess. You don't just pay for a move, you can pay for more time.
Yes, you can decide what you pay for, yes? Wow. Extremely exciting. What a game this is.
That's actually a cool idea, by the way. That's a really cool idea. Not about being able to buy more time.
Yeah, if it's possible.
You could buy time mid-game.
I might return to chair because I'm always in time trouble, yes. And there are many time trouble addicts who might be signing up for this. Yeah.
Or you know, there are so many ways you could do it. But I think that's brilliant. Anyway.
All about the G5 square.
The G5
yes,
square.
all about the G5 square, yes. And we have 28,000 people watching live. Wow. Thank you very much. This is what we love. And we see Magnus's face. He is also thinking like, wow, this is completely crazy. What on earth is happening here? How do I get control? G5 pawn. It's all about the G5 pawn. Magnus wants to keep on pressing Vincent on the clock, but he might need to slow down.
What a tough position. Were we going to get anything less on the last day, the last round? It was never going to be a walk in the park for either of these players. Two great players. One representing the... I mean, Magnus is not hardly the old... I mean, what generation is Magnus? He's the in-between generation.
The classical guard, right?
Yeah, maybe he's the last generation of the classical guard.
Could easily be.
He's the last generation of the classical guard. There we can see Magnus with all of his sponsors. Magnus, you know, Magnus, I know how to tell the modern guard from the classical guard, and we spoke about this. Magnus knows what a fax machine is, and Magnus knows what a rotary phone is, where you have to put your finger in the number and dial it round.
Dial it, yes.
Magnus also grew up with dial-up internet, and it used to go do. So Magnus, for me, is still part of the classical crowd. All of these other Vincent's never used a phone where he's had to actually turn the dial. Vincent he'd look at it, he wouldn't know what it does. It probably thinks, I don't know, it's something that workers use to clock in or something. He wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah, but he's thinking about, I want to get to that g5 pawn. Yeah, rook takes h4, queen g5 is a big threat. Now, it would be very thematic for white just to fall back with the bishop, as we discussed before. But I was not afraid of this position. I felt like there is tremendous amount of dynamics. Probably it's a dynamic equality. And if it would be good, Magnus would have already played it. Yeah, so Magnus also feels like I have to find a special kind of solution. The heart rate of Vincent and myself, I can, you know, it's very emotional, because for Magnus, okay, he's on 8 out of 8. He has won the tournament already. Yeah, he wants to write history. He's fighting to write history. And Vincent is fighting for his life. It's not only about the ticket to Las Vegas, but the gap between the ticket to Las Vegas or what happens to him if he loses this game.
Huge,
then he will not maybe make it into the top 10 in the tournament.
We're talking about a potential $200,000 chess game.
Could easily be.
That's what we're looking at equity-wise.
Could easily be. But there is also the catch that Vincent is standing on the second position in the Grand Slam.
Yes.
So,
Grand Slam Tour. Well. So it's a $500,000 game.
Who knows? Yes.
It could be.
Who knows? But okay, let's try to calm down. Yeah, Vincent is very excited. He has chances. And the good news for him is that by Magnus taking his time, which is probably a clever idea to try to navigate, but it also gives Vincent the time to calculate lines. And if Magnus cannot come up with some surprise, a very unpleasant surprise which Vincent has not foreseen, then these extra minutes will be very beneficial.
But what a luxury Magnus has now, just having that 15-minute advantage or so. That is so crucial in a position like this where you do need to invest a bit more time.
Well, in the meantime, we see that Max Sodlu has a -2 advantage, yes? So it goes in the direction that Parham, if he wins that game, he will be a very big favorite to get the ticket to Vegas.
Yeah.
We have seen the Fredericks Van Robson game is very drawish. Knowing that two great players are playing against each other, it would surprise me really big time if something else than draw happens in that game.
Arjun won.
Arjun won, yes. Okay, this is no surprise. Yeah, he was crushing through. And all eyes on Magnus. Yeah, then this is the game of the tournament, because who knows? There are chances for Vincent. Yeah, it's Magnus wants to win at all cost, wants to finish on 9 out of 9. Position is wild. Let me highlight also the two kings position. Very shaky, very shaky. At the moment, of course, if Vincent can get a queen g5 check in against White's king on g2, then of course White's king is more vulnerable, but he will always hide behind that dark square bishop somehow. How can we try to protect the pawn? There is a move like queen d2, but it steps into a pin, and one gets the impression that this is some very strange construction. Even somewhere some rook takes h4, rook takes h4, knight f5 tactic.
Yes.
You have to watch out for, because ef5, rook takes d5, and all of a sudden you are pinned. It's completely crazy.
Queen d2 is wrong.
Yeah, it feels wrong.
I'm pretty sure he's going to settle for bishop g3, and then there's going to be a trade, and it's after that trade he needs to find like a really good move. But you're right, I'm not loving it. No, he's a bit nervous now, actually.
Yeah,
do we have the heart rate monitor for this round?
Probably not. I guess we would have seen it already.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. He was too late. Okay. Because I think we will see his heart rate the highest it's been all tournament right now. That would be my guess.
All at stake, and the clock situation, the position. He has this beautifully cemented knight on d5. That's what he relies on. Otherwise, his bishop on b1 is kind of buried. But the idea is that you have to get access to White's king, and Vincent has done some incredible job with h5, h4, and this queen d8 idea, hidden idea that Magnus probably had foreseen, but he hoped that Vincent will not find with so little time on his clock.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And meanwhile, I maybe understand that after the move queen g6 instead of queen d8, there was the move f4 maybe. And after e takes f4, knight f4, suddenly the queen is in fork, and otherwise White is threatening things. So that's why Vincent probably had to find this incredible move, queen e8 to d8, a small little move, but with a very powerful idea.
What a game. I mean, the quality of the game so far has been tremendous. I mean, truly top class.
At the end of the tournament, when everybody feels like, okay, I'm already dying, I have no energy left, but always the players find some reserves. Yeah, deep down there is always something. After this tournament, after this game, you can have some rest. Well, actually, not all the players. Bundesliga is coming up. The final,
really?
The final weekend is coming up already from Friday. So whoever plays there will not have much time to recover.
Actually, so that means a lot of players will be staying in Germany for the next
Probably.
week, rather than going home, right?
So yeah, queen d8 on the, what a move.
What great move.
Yes, and Magnus
Fantastic move.
wants to put the pressure. He wants to press Vincent on the clock, but he has to slow down. Vincent said, stop, don't push me. Don't push me, mister, because I'm creating my threats with rook takes h4, queen takes g5.
What about the move queen e1?
Trying to protect like this, yeah?
And put the
bishop.
queen on g3. I know it's a bit strange, but...
Well, Jadub. Yes, sometimes a hair comes or something comes. Yeah, you want to remove it as quickly as possible. Well, queen e1 is a smart move. I got carried away with all the emotions and I missed it. Queen e1, a very quiet little move, defending the bishop on h4 and basically indirectly protecting the pawn on g5 and keeping an eye on the d5 knight. Lovely.
Do you like it?
I like it. Well, I don't like it because I'm hoping for Vincent, but yeah, this queen e1 feels like a very unpleasant move, especially if we are talking about time trouble. Hopefully Vincent anticipates the move queen e1 and he has a good answer ready.
Because I'm just struggling to see other moves. If not bishop g3, we need to deal with the threat. Rook takes h4 is a winning move. We can't move the king. We can't move the rook to g1. I think it's really only bishop g3 or queen e1. I think they are the only two legitimate moves here. I like queen e1.
Yeah, what a game.
Somehow.
Yeah, but wait a second. There are some crazy tactics as
are.
well. But yeah, I wanted to highlight that some rook takes h4, queen takes h4 after queen e1. Yeah, so queen e1, rook takes h4, queen takes h4, bishop takes d5, rook takes d5, knight f5. There is this jump hitting the queen, threatening knight e3 check. But you can take ef5, rook takes d5, and I'm threatening rook d2 check. But I'm also opening up the e4 square for the bishop.
It's not really even a threat because I parked the king on h3.
Yes, yes. I'm not loving it. I just wanted to highlight that there are all kinds of crazy ideas in the position. And Magnus is about to make a move, and he somehow, it seemed to me like he wants to make a small little move. It could easily be queen e1.
Well, if it's not queen e1, what else would it be?
Yes, look at his hand is somehow leaning towards a small little quiet move. According to the computer, this is 0-0, yeah? So there is compensation, there is tremendous compensation, but how to follow it up? Yeah, on the board, bravo. Queen e1, on the board, breaking my heart. This queen e1 is a great stabilizer, and I hope that
chat says that I'm qualified now to be
Of
I
course
get,
you
I
are
get a lot of,
qualified.
I get a lot of stick.
Okay,
you know, they
that's-
say I'm
that's
too weak.
crazy.
I'm next to the great
Those
Lego.
are crazy. No,
Don't-
they don't know you.
Thanks, Peter.
We are a fantastic team. Come on.
I agree. I think we're great.
We are a team.
So for all of you guys out there that say I'm not good, I've guessed a lot of moves today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Queenie won. What a fantastic move. And will Vincent be able to respond? Did he anticipate? He's already down to 2.5 minutes.
Tough position.
Very tough position because
Okay, I know his move.
it looked like there is enough competition, but after Queenie won, suddenly
I know his move.
it's not easy. Really, yeah?
I think so.
Oof.
No, I don't know his move. It's too hard.
It's very hard.
I was going to say I hate it, but no, I can't play that move.
Yeah, Vincent is putting up such a fight, but yeah, with 2 minutes on the clock, how do you navigate this? Where is that incredible computer move, yeah? Because you have to make a brilliant move here. Absolutely amazing. Clock is ticking now, under 2 minutes now.
No, he can't concentrate.
Yeah, he's too nervous.
He's too nervous.
And this Queenie one is such a move. He definitely missed it from distance.
He just can't
Yeah,
focus
he
now.
just. Well,
You can
he's
see
trying.
Red in the cheeks. He's trying very hard to just keep his cool. But what do you do? A minute and a half in this kind of position. No obvious moves. You want to play a move which keeps things ticking. Yeah, play King B7. You know, just do something.
Yeah, well, if you have the luxury to just give a move, but he might feel like, okay, white will stabilize further, and if I'm not using this moment, then what am I gonna do?
Wow.
Under a minute.
Vincent Keimer fans must be feeling desperate. And there's none bigger than this guy sitting to my right. Let
That's
me tell
right.
you.
That's right.
His #1 fan, let me tell you. 40 seconds in an impossible position. Is he going to do the impossible? Can it happen?
Well, he needs to, but how? How to find the follow-up?
25 seconds. Vincent Keimer, German #1, the greatest prodigy since Robert Hübner.
Down to 11 seconds.
No, impossible.
Yeah, he makes a move.
That's
He
the
plays
move I
Rook
was going to
H5.
suggest, by the way.
Yes, I also saw it, but okay, so what's next? Yeah, for example, you were threatening me with Queen G3. What's after Queen G3? I'm so nervous that I can't really see anything anymore. So you have to help me out.
Yeah, Queen G3, maybe he wants to go Queen H8.
Yeah, but this is not right.
No, I know.
I don't believe in it. Then already maybe I don't know. It's not right.
But what to do?
Well, according to computer, he actually played a good move.
Yeah, it's a good move.
It's a good move, but what's really happening? He spent all his time. He was thinking. He was hoping to find a better move, or this was his backup option. That if I don't find a better move, I can always play Rook H5. He played this move with 8 seconds on the clock, so he jumped back to 38 seconds.
Right. Some cool news, actually. Serrana got a 2-minute penalty for castling illegally. He did it wrong. So he either touched the rook first and he did it the wrong way round. And that's the first time I think this tournament we've seen a penalty for one of the top players.
Wow, and he had to, because he was also having a better position. The big question is, does he still have a better position then?
Probably not.
Yeah, who knows?
If you have to move the rook instead of the king, it's
Exactly.
probably bad. And that's we'll check in on that. But of course, we've got to stay here. This is
absolutely
history on the line.
Rook H5 on the board. Apparently there is something after Queen G3, otherwise Magnus would have blitzed it out. We are getting the information he's winning anyway, so
right.
very lucky.
Funny.
In this sense. H5. Magnus's clock is also ticking under 30 minutes, but this is such a luxury that because this is exactly what we have seen from Nyepo sometimes, that he rushes and then basically that, yeah, having a time advantage or not, it doesn't matter at all if you also blitz out your move.
Correct.
Magnus does the correct thing. He wants to control the situation. He wants to make a move and he knows that, yes, what I'm doing is the best. What happens after Queen G3? Is this Bishop D5, Rook D5, Knight F5 somewhere an idea? Is that an idea? Maybe, because with Queen on G3 you are stepping into a tempo.
Yes.
But I basically want to take with the bishop first, so that after Rook D5 I can play Knight F5. The absolutely crazy Knight F5.
But then even that, right, after EF5.
Yeah, Rook D5, then I'm coming Rook D2.
Queen
If you
G4.
go King H3, I will always have Bishop F2 because now you are pinned
No,
on
I
the
go
H5.
Queen G4.
You go Queen G4. Instead of...
After EF5, Rook D5, Queen G4, Rook, Queen G4 there.
Rook D2, King H3, right?
Correct.
This is your kind of... But okay, this is murky. Of course, if you survive, you win. It's such a construction. But I will have Rook takes H4.
Wow.
Queen H8, Bishop F2. I mean, it's completely out of control. Even we cannot follow, then probably our audience also. But just to highlight that there are crazy tactical motives. That's why Magnus is not rushing with the move Queen G3. And if after Bishop D5 you take on D5 in order to control it, then you give some other dynamics. Then that Bishop suddenly can try to cause trouble on the diagonal. So be careful. Yeah, Magnus needs to be very precise.
By the way, Parham, if you want to just quickly, ever so quickly, shoot there. Parham is now completely winning, apparently. And look, Serrano did win regardless of making an illegal move.
Yeah, well, so he
Must be
actually
nice.
finished in a very good situation, very good spot.
Very good.
No, I don't think that... Okay, here we see exactly the camera angle because, yeah, we know that he's completely winning. I just don't think that we can leave the game.
Yeah, let's stay here. Parham is winning, so...
Parham is winning. He's in a completely comfortable situation.
So that means that... with
Actually, Vincent needs to win, yeah, in order to catch him and then claim some tiebreak. So Queen G3 played. The line we talked about, and yeah, Vincent looks at him. He
Knight F5
jumps
immediately.
He jumps to F5 immediately. But this is wrong. I saw like he needs to take on D5 first.
Wow.
This E takes F5, take on D5. This is not good. This is nothing. The nerves.
Yeah, I just couldn't...
The nerves, and Magnus is now calming himself down. Wait a second, this is lovely. This wasn't the move that I was afraid of.
So E takes F5. Now, do you go Rook takes D5 or Bishop
Yeah,
takes D5?
that's the question that I'm kind of posing. That.
Oh, but this is so beautiful because, for example, after Bishop takes D5, you go Queen G.
Kila safari huanza na ndoto. Ndoto za kufanikiwa maishani. Ndoto za kufanikiwa kibiashara. Ndoto za kufanikiwa kimaendeleo. For 4 decades, we have been your trusted partner, witnessing the achievements of each generation. As we celebrate 40 years, our promise is to be with you for life. Tufanikishe zaidi.
Mentioned
Queen
to you
G4
that
check.
no,
no,
the
it's
pawn
not
is only
check.
6, but you might have E7. You might have but E7, Queen D7 check. Queen G4, Rook takes
Rook
H4,
H4,
winning.
Yeah.
It's just complete insanity. But maybe you have Bishop F5. You have Bishop F5 after Queen D7. Maybe. And queen takes f5, king g2, and then e8 queen. What a unbelievable. This is what maybe Vincent missed. So rook takes d5, queen takes d5, f takes e6, queen d2 check, king h3, bishop f2, hitting the queen and the bishop on h7, h4. Then e7, threatening to queen, queen d7 check, giving the brilliant check. Queen g4 loses to rook h4, but there is bishop f5, queen. Stunner, queen takes f5, and then king g2 back. And we might be seeing this. That would, no, Vincent captures back with the bishop, but this is just hopeless. There is even nothing to talk about. Yeah, Vincent looks up.
Rook d1.
Then there is just nothing to talk about. This is game over.
Rook d1. What's going on here?
This is equal to capitulation.
Wow.
Yeah, okay, you just can't play this position with 30 seconds on the clock. It's just impossible. With all the nerves, everything, everything on the line. Yeah, Magnus will take, let me just quickly, because now Magnus is in driver's seat. So the line was some insane line that we calculated. Check, king h3, bishop f2. Complete madness, because the queen is threatened, the bishop is hanging. I'm assuming the line that I was calculating, e7, queen d7, bishop f5, stunner, queen takes f5, king g2, and after bishop takes g3, e8 queen, and the rook is falling, and you are winning the game.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this was the line that hit me, and but okay, at least there is some challenge. Yeah, okay, I understand. Magnus will clearly calculate this if I'm calculating this in a couple of seconds, but after bishop d5, there is no hope.
Yeah,
there is just no hope. White is pawn up, has the better position. He has stabilized. Nothing to look forward to.
Maybe queen g4 is the move here.
Yes, okay, my heart cannot even take it anymore, because okay, queen d5 and then this queen d, at least I understand you go down, but there is some hope or some brilliancy, everything, but like this it's hopeless.
There's a million
It
ways.
is hopeless, yeah, and then Vincent goes home completely empty-handed with this incredible performance. Yeah, this is heartbreaking.
That's heartbreaking.
Yes, it's heartbreaking.
That's heartbreaking. Actually, here, rook d1 is very simple, right? Rook d1, queen h8.
Rook d1, rook h4. I mean, rook d1, rook h4. This, this I'm still...
Wow.
Yeah, Magnus
Queen
just
G4
stabilized.
first.
Queen
This is the
g4,
move.
exactly. This is the move.
Yeah,
the
this
move
is
that you mentioned
Yeah.
as your first candidate. Just stabilizes, hits that rook, touches the king on c8, and it's all over.
Yeah.
It's all over.
Now rook h8, rook d1, rook takes h4 again. I'm running into. But after rook h8, you can just go f6 check and take on g7 and distract the rook.
There was even this question that maybe it's a mistake for Vincent to win the first game today. Yeah, it's kind of, there was this talk that then he avoids to play Magnus, and then if he wins, he can actually collect more points than if he wins and then faces Magnus with black and loses. But okay, this is insane. You don't want to think about these things. You always want to do your best. Yeah. Bishop f7.
But this might lose.
No, okay, this loses because of every... there is absolutely no threat against White's king. Yeah, Magnus can, in worst case scenario, sacrifice the queen whenever he feels like. Yeah, Vincent is relying on this queen d2 check.
Maybe g6 just wins. Queen d2, king h3. Because then if you go bishop f2, I take on f7 and I make...
Yes.
Maybe g6 is just immediately the end of the road here. g6, queen d2, king h3.
So can I take on h4 after g6? I take on h4.
Okay, rook takes.
Yeah, queen d2 check.
King h3.
Yeah.
Still no checks for you.
Yeah, still no checks. And also f6
F6 check is winning. No, it's over.
It's
G6
over, yeah.
is really finito bandito.
And Magnus pushes.
And he played it.
Yes, he pushes it.
Wow.
That's
Heartbreak. It's too much. Chess is...
It's one of the most brutal things. Yeah? And then when people say it's who know absolutely nothing about chess, that it's not sport, okay, there's so much going on. It's just insane, yeah, what you are going through. All these games. And often in fraction of a second, you have to calculate all these incredible things that are life-changing. King h3. on the board.
Yeah.
Well, what to do? Magnus one more time confirms why he is the absolute number one. Yeah, rook takes h4, queen takes h4.
Also good. Yeah, the bishop comes to e4 and stabilizes
Yes.
as well. I mean, perfect harmony for the bishop e8 will be... oh no, he'll go... sorry, bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop
You can go
d5, bishop
h8,
e4. You can also pick... yeah, but okay, basically bishop e4 is the clinical, no? Just to give absolutely no chances. And yeah, Vincent is also looking, he knows that that's it, this is over. This is just over. And one more time, Magnus also knows it's over, but he's not rushing. This is exactly how you have to react in such situations. Who knows, maybe somewhere something is happening, you have to calculate first before going. But intuitively, bishop e4 just wins the game.
Just beautiful, isn't it?
It's on the board. Total domination. And white's king hides on the light squares.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a fight Vincent was providing here against Magnus, but yeah, clock simply ticked out. And Magnus controlled the clock better. That proved to be the key.
I think resigns is not far away, actually. That's my impression.
Yeah, but out of frustration, Vincent will some more moves. He will not resign. I can imagine old school guys resigning here.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, because when we feel like, okay, there is no chance, we know exactly, we are in this situation because our opponent also played brilliantly, so why should we expect him to suddenly collapse? Bishop takes e4. Yeah, Vincent wants to give the queen h6 check after queen takes e4. Of course, queen takes e4 happens.
And then he's going to return with the queen.
Yeah, queen h6 check, queen h4, queen e3.
And then queen g4, and that will be...
Then or queen h6 back.
Ah, sorry, let me just be precise. Yeah, queen h6 check. Well, he will block with the queen. I'm just trying to think, if he goes to h8, takes on g7, after king
Yeah, you are calculating this queen h4, queen e3
yeah.
sequence of moves, yeah?
And after king a6...
But wait a second, he can also play king g2.
And if queen d2?
Ah, no.
No.
Yeah, but... I think so, because yeah, he moved toward, and then king g3. And if queen g5, queen g4, if queen f2, then king
That's
h3,
beautiful.
and he just hides.
Yeah, just important not to do after queen d2 to go to f1. That would be that would be the shocker of all shockers.
Yes. But of course,
he's going to go to g3 and hide on h3. Yeah.
Yes, queen d2, king g3.
And if queen g5 check, you go queen g4. And if you go queen f2 check, king h3.
Yeah.
Okay.
So queen g5 check.
Queen g4.
Queen g4. Queen d2 check. King g3. And queen f2 check, you hide on h3.
Yeah.
And that's it. And if black gives bishop f2 check, you also go to h3.
Yeah.
And queen h6 check, king g2, and there are no more checks.
It's beautiful, actually.
You are setting, yeah, maybe actually there wasn't
check.
even any other
Yeah,
escape route. Yeah, but
yeah.
Magnus had foreseen this.
Yeah.
To Vincent's frustration.
That's absolutely brutal. That is absolutely brutal.
What a game it was.
Wow, I mean...
Incredible. What a heroic effort Vincent was also putting into this game. Queen d2 check. King to g3.
Yeah.
That was
the key
the
move,
whole
king
point
to g3, yeah.
of the maneuver.
I think Vincent will play Maybe bishop e3? No, I don't know. It doesn't really matter, right?
Doesn't matter. Because actually bishop f4 check does nothing, king h3.
Yeah, it's just...
Everything is protected,
everything
and
is
already f6 check is also coming.
Even if it's not check, even if you move the king, you go f6 to then push g7. Now, my hope is that we are able to get Magnus back in here. I'm not going to promise that because I don't know, but we're going to work on that to try and make that happen. Would be fantastic.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
We are witnessing history right now.
And it seems like Robson will make a draw against Frederick Svanne, which means then Parham Maksudlu. Well, wait a second. Is Lenier Dominguez fighting back? I suddenly only see -1.
Could be.
Knowing that he was in a much worse situation, this is crazy. We of course stick to this game.
Yeah.
Because this was such a fantastic game, and Vincent deserves all the credit for fighting so hard. He was so close, but yeah, clock situation against Magnus Carlsen. There is so much challenge to survive the opening, survive the middle game, survive the clock situation. Yeah, king c7 played. Nothing really. It does not really change anything.
He'll go f6. There's no need to do anything else. Just f6 is clean enough.
Yeah, everything is protected, so yeah, Magnus can just go forward.
And Vincent could have 34 seconds, 34 minutes, 34 hours, or 34 years on his clock, and the result would still be the same. Unfortunately, sometimes things are not salvageable. Vincent's position is Kaputski.
Yeah, down to 15 seconds. It's over.
Yeah.
Well, it also just shows what an incredible result Vincent had in Weissenhaus by beating Alireza Magnus and Fabiano Caruana in one tournament. Yeah, that's. But yeah, Magnus wanted his revenge, and he's taking it here in Karlsruhe at the Grand Chess Festival. Bishop f2 check, king h3. The king is hiding. The g pawn is queening.
He's going to give the check and go back to d2.
Yeah, but there is. We know that there is no.
Oh, no?
Yeah, he goes bishop c5.
Okay. Any last tricks? Any last tricks? This is where you ask yourself. Any last tricks? F takes g7.
Queen h6 check.
Queen h4.
Yeah, then I take on g6.
Yeah.
And.
Yeah, I don't need to do.
Yeah, you don't need this. Yeah.
Maybe just f7.
Yeah, but f7 does not threaten f8 queen. So at least Vincent is
Oh,
trying
no.
to cause some.
I know the move. It's f4.
Yeah, f4 is. But no, he just takes fg7.
Well, probably also wins, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's just that after queen h6, there is no need to design yet. But of course, it looks hopeless.
You can play king g3 here.
Yeah, you can.
You can play king g3.
But then queen takes h1.
Then queens?
Well, I don't know. No, king g2 and again the same motive. King g3 and
now
check
king
and
G3.
then king the same.
Yeah, you
exactly
do the same
same
thing, and
yes.
now king g3. Yeah.
Very
yeah.
frustrating, of course. Yeah, that you keep on checking, but white can simply hide with the same method.
Yeah, and at the end the bishop's going to be hanging.
And there we see a draw agreed.
Yes.
That was expected. But what a tournament from the German players.
Unbelievable.
Just unbelievable.
And you're right, we will have a look at Payam's game afterwards, but it looks as though he's blown the lead. Blown the advantage. King g3. It might be, it now really might be time, because there's nothing else.
Yes, this is so frustrating. Yeah, always this king h3, king g2, king g3. No matter how many
This
checks,
triangle.
how much I'm chasing that king, and the pawns are already queening.
Yeah. That's it. They both know it's it, and they really know it's it. That was the last big deep breath that Vincent needs to take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's the congratulation and the historical performance by Magnus Carlsen. 9 out of 9.
9 out of 9. Fischer did it. Various others have done it. But isn't it fitting that he did it in Fischer Random?
Amazing.
9 out of 9 when
Yes.
Fischer did it in the US Championships in...
in 50...
Can't remember the year. We'll get confirmation of it. Magnus Carlsen wins the Grenka Freestyle Chess Open with a perfect 9 out of 9, winning 60,000 euros. But forget the money. It's not about that. It's about legacy. Magnus Carlsen has cemented himself, in my opinion, no questions now. Greatest player of all time. If you argue that, I don't know how you can. He's won it all. Classical, blitz, rapid, and now he's just won the strongest ever freestyle chess 960. Not just won it, he's won it with a perfect score of 9 out of 9. Tell me somebody else who comes close to this in terms of
unbelievable
reward.
performance. There was also an incredible reward from the public. Yeah, there was some big applause, which actually Parham complained about because he's fighting for the ticket.
Of course.
But this is simply to show the respect towards the players from the audience. Yeah, that what a brilliant fight this was. And Vincent Keimer loses the game, had to resign, but wins probably many, many more fans with his incredible performance.
Let's go straight to the Parham game because this is such a critical game for the tournament still. Wow. I mean, nerves, 34 seconds each. Goodness me. What's going on here? Well, it looks good for black, but...
Yeah, if there is no mate, then this is a very tricky situation. Yeah, it will be very difficult to convert.
Ah, yes.
Because there are all kinds of perpetual checks against
there?
black's king on it. If you want to go rook g5, queen h1, rook g1,
No, but
trying
you
to
don't do
checkmate,
this.
then it's perpetual, yes.
Well, or maybe you do.
Well, okay, rook g5 you have to do, but after that, yeah, queen h1,
Okay.
king e2.
Oh, wow.
And what are we
You
seeing
come around the
here?
back now. Now you come around the back. Queen a1.
Yeah, queen a1.
Queen b1. I'm not really sure which one. Maybe queen b1.
Yeah,
Or
I
queen
would like to
c1
set
actually.
up. I would like to set up somehow some checks, but with the rook on g5.
Yeah. Very, very nervous still. But with the 30 seconds, yeah, the queen does come to c1, precisely.
But why to c1? Why not to a1? I like your move more, queen a1, just to... Because I was hoping for some queen d5, queen a8, queen e4 check, kind of.
But you're threatening queen c2 check. It's a winning threat.
And king f1, queen
Queen
d1.
d1, and you
Yeah,
d3.
but with queen d5, I'm protecting the pawn. With queen d5, I'm protecting the pawn. Queen d5.
This is a class move, queen d5.
Yeah, Parham very upset because something has
It's
fallen
very
down.
noisy. It's very noisy.
Yeah, there was some noise there. And it's all about the ticket. If Parham wins this game, he gets the ticket. Otherwise, they get into some crazy tie breaks. You want to avoid the crazy tie breaks.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are delighted to be joined by the history maker. You thought his legacy, is there anything else left to win? Well, we've just seen it. Magnus Carlsen has won the Freestyle Chess Open with a historic 9 out of 9. And of course, the irony, Magnus, is congratulations. I mean, come on. I mean, of course, I was just remarking to Peter, we call it also Fischer Random Chess, and Fischer himself won the US Championships with a perfect score. So in his honor and in honor of this sport, how does this rank? You've won it all, but how does this rank in terms of your greatest achievements, would you say?
No, I mean, granted, I mean, I played one 2700 plus player. That should be mentioned, but it's like, it's way up there. This is like the kind of thing that I aim for these days. I remember last year or 2 years ago, I guess, in Zagreb, when I made 9 out of 9 in Blitz one day. Like, that was really special. But this is something different. Very, like, I'm not going to be able to do that again.
It's very difficult to do better than this. That's for sure. 9 out of 9. I mean, look. Your games were phenomenal. Your accuracy in general was just off the charts. But Vincent today, that was a tough game. I mean, until the very end, even after Queen D8, things were completely balanced, actually. How did you feel about the game? And could take us through your emotions. And
I mean, I had no idea. I mean, I've talked about it before, but it's what happens in the second round of the double round. It just becomes a bit of mayhem, really. What? This is a bad move?
Because computer was indicating knight a6 is maybe possible, but then he also didn't see the follow-up after bishop a7.
Yeah.
It was.
I mean, first of all,
the starting position. Talk to me about that. I mean, what were your feelings about the starting position?
Yeah, I wasn't thrilled. Like, I couldn't see any way to make serious headway after c4, c5, and then d4. It all seemed kind of equalish if Black just plays symmetrical. So I didn't like. I hit on this plan, which I thought was quite interesting, but to be honest, I just missed a5, which I know it's a typical idea that for the bishop to escape. And because I was thinking he would play some, I don't think he should give me the bishop pair, so I was thinking that he would go for some more
knight b6, knight d7.
Knight b6, knight d7, some more contrived way, and then I thought, I mean, he has to spend some time trading off this knight or kicking it away, so I should be fine. So we went for this position, which I thought still was reasonably playable, like a bit of a London.
Yeah, very complex.
Very, very complex. I mean, he can play normally, but after c3. But the thing is, I have like some positional threat of going a4, and then, I mean, Vincent needed to win this game, right? So he also needed a target. And after this, I think it's very hard for Black to do much. Like, I'll go e3, knight f3, and Black will go knight e4 at some point, trade, I'll take knight f4. I think it's completely fine for white. So c4, I saw that he was very happy to get this, and with good reason, like, his position is good, but I was not too worried either. Like, I'm getting my play in with e4. My pieces are, I mean, he does have great space, but my pieces are well developed, and it's not obvious for Black to find the way. This move, on the other hand, like, I saw that he was frowning a bit, so, like, and then I was thinking, like, what is it? Like, maybe it has to be e5. And so I realized that this idea with queen h4 was possible, but it's kind of hard to believe in, because the white pieces are not generally that badly placed. Like, all of mine will be developed after g4.
Yeah, that was a key move, right? g4.
I don't know if the engine says something else, but I mean, to me it was what I was kind of relying on, since I'm getting a square for the king, I'm getting my knight into play, and as soon as I can develop, I should be fine.
Yeah, here both of you played brilliantly.
Yeah.
I mean, the next couple.
Yeah,
of
this Queen H6 was really
amazing.
nice. Yeah, that was it's a really nice move because he's in danger of getting into very serious trouble here if he doesn't play accurately. So the thing is, I was actually considering this move.
Can you imagine Lawrence spotted it, and we were sure that this is so much your style.
Yeah, I know. The funny thing about it is it has two ideas. One is to go bishop rook d2, but another one is to go bishop g1, queen takes h1, and then rook h2.
Wow. Wow.
Which is not completely unrealistic either. But I was spending time looking at it, and I just decided to make a practical decision in the end.
Both were good, by the way.
Yeah, and I mean it's a huge shame to shut this bishop out of the game. And in the end, it only made one move, but I thought it was still reasonable.
And please tell us, when did you have already spotted against knight c7 long castle this knight c2, knight c3, being knight c3 the key move?
Yeah,
that was a stabilizer.
Yeah, I thought I had seen that from a while ago that I have time for that. That's why I went for king g2 and not rook c2, because I realized that even though my position maybe is not great, it's at least quite stable. And there was an interesting option here. With knight takes e4. Like, I don't think it works.
Oh yeah, we saw this. Yeah.
Bishop takes e3, and now I'm thinking maybe bishop f5 is good, but I wasn't sure. But I thought knight takes e3
you can
was
just
actually,
take, yeah,
was
rook
actually
d1
good.
And rook cd1. Exactly.
Yeah, rook cd1.
And after g6?
After g6, there's knight f5.
Exactly. Yeah.
And queen f5. This specifically, I need this trick. And then knight e7.
Wow.
Knight e7, knight c6.
Sensational.
So that was so that was working for me for sure. And then bishop e6, g5. Yeah, again, I had no idea how to evaluate this position. Like, I didn't particularly think that I was worse, but I didn't think that I was better either, and I was just playing move by move.
Rook cd1, yeah, and h4.
Rook cd.
H4 felt like a bit of a bluff to me.
Yeah.
But again, it's so hard to suggest something that, and his time was already.
Yeah, his time is really low. Like, my next, I don't know if my next move is like b3 or a4 or bishop c2, but it's understandable that he felt that he had to do something. And I mean, I'm not going to start to suggest a move because I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
So h4.
It seems like, practically speaking, white is doing quite well.
Bishop h4,
bishop
queen
h4
d8 was a good move.
Apparently bishop takes h4 was no good, yeah? Yeah, queen d8 was nice, but I was really happy to find this. And
let me show you Glovo. Order your favorite food and make the night na Skodiako even better. I'ma skip the queue and get your shopping delivered. Download Glovo and order anything you want, we'll deliver.
And in the end, I thought maybe I'm just letting his rook have some air. Like, it could be really, really badly placed on h5 in some lines. Like, it's hanging, so let's do this
and
first.
Here, couldn't he take on d5 with the bishop? Bishop takes it, because I was hoping for Vincent to create sign. Rook d5, knight f5.
But I'll go e d5.
You go e d5 and bishop e3, you don't worry. Yeah, it does
bishop e3, I think just queen g4. And now
just
I'm
like
perfectly coordinated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the bishop is brilliant.
Yeah, so like knight f5 doesn't work, but I didn't really see what he can do.
Yes.
Like,
well, if you want, we can turn on the engine for 1 second just to see that what was the move that he was.
Maybe rook cd1.
Yes, on the 3 dots. Yeah, that's it.
If you go to
okay, queen e8 impossible.
To h4.
Queen e. Yeah, I was thinking about queen e8, but I thought like he has no threat, so.
Yes.
But I mean, it's the only move not to lose immediately, which
and
is.
What about after rook cd1?
What are the moves here?
Queen d8, immediately.
Yeah, but it does nothing to the.
Looks very
horrible.
unpleasant.
A computer doesn't understand anything. Yeah.
Looks very unpleasant.
Yeah.
No, this h4, yeah, and knight f5.
Yeah.
And there was this
This EF,
yeah,
rook d5, rook
yeah,
d5,
yeah.
queen d5 line. Can you please show this? What was your intention after this? EF, rook d5, queen d5.
Oh, this is super nice, yeah.
Yes,
this
please
is
show
really
it to the
nice.
audience.
Queen d2, king h3. We should turn off the endgame.
Yes,
'cause,
turn
like,
off
it's
Bishop f2.
Bishop f2, and now e7.
Yes.
Queen
Queen
d7. And like both moves win, but I thought the nicest was just to go back. And then bishop f5.
I saw that I find bishop f5, queen f5, king g2. Yeah,
yeah,
the same,
yeah,
yes.
it's the same.
That's
yeah,
it.
I saw both of them. I just thought this one was prettier.
I was a little bit angry with him that he did not go because after
Yeah,
bishop d5,
after bishop
anyway
d5,
lost, and I
just
felt like this game deserved this finale
Yeah.
actually. But yeah, it's understandable over the board. It's
now,
difficult.
now it's unfortunately there are just no chances whatsoever. For instance, rook h8, I just go f6, and I mean rook d1, rook h4, so I just take rook d1, and now.
That's all she wrote.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. So yeah, in the game, I just had to like sidestep.
Yeah, it
some
was
checks.
incredible
but
construction.
it's,
Yes.
yeah, it's too solid. Like I control the light squares completely, so it's, and I have like sort of counterplay with f6. So
perhaps
that was it.
Perhaps what we can do is, should we quickly kibitz on the remaining game? Because it's a
Exactly.
crucial game
Yeah,
for
sure.
the tournament.
It's all about the
we'll get your
ticket.
thoughts. Cool.
Yeah. Okay, so Robson and Svana are drawn.
Yes, but we have still this live action in Lenny against Parham.
So there could
What
be
is
like
it?
a massive tie at 7
Correct.
points. Yeah.
Yes.
What's going on here, Magnus?
And Parham was winning before.
I mean, Parham looked
Completely,
dominating from
yes.
the opening, basically.
And here, any chances? Probably not. Well, no.
Yeah, I mean, it could be just winning, to be honest. G5,
Rook
Rook C5, Rook F2, Rook F.
Rook e5.
It's just winning.
Wow. Okay. Because if Parham wins, that's it. He gets second clear.
Then that's it. Yes.
Yeah.
And he'll be in Vegas. Now, talking about Vegas.
Okay, so King H3.
After G5, King
G5,
G2.
King G2. Oh, that is so mean.
Yeah,
It's on the
G5,
board.
right?
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah,
okay,
King
so if he
G2
plays
saves.
King G2, so what's the tiebreak situation? Will there be a playoff or?
So no, what happens is it's done on Buchholz. So we actually have
That
to wait
is so
for
Which is
brutal.
ridiculous. Yes.
It's so brutal.
That means for anybody who doesn't know what that means, we have to wait for all the results of the round to finish, and then we calculate a bunch of stuff, including results of opponents and all kinds of stuff.
And King G2 on
King
the
G2
board.
on the board. Yeah,
Wow.
now it's gone. Yeah, I don't think there are any chances now.
Complete heartbreak
Yeah.
for Parham.
So we're gonna.
It
have
just looked like
Yeah, he
already
was
from-
completely winning then on move 20 or
yeah,
something.
already like King Queen is Knight C4. How did he not win this?
Bishop E6 apparently a mistake.
Yeah, but also afterward he was completely winning.
Nah, it's not a real mistake. Like, yeah. I mean this.
He's pawn
Oh
up
my
and
God,
dominating
yeah.
position. Yes.
Brutal.
Yeah, that is a very, very tough break for him.
Yeah, and the regulation I think is that if the Buchholz is equal, then there is a tie break. But okay, this is.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, unfortunately.
We'll call you back for commentary. Okay.
Okay, so then we have so Fabi won this. I thought
Arjun also tying then.
Yeah, I thought Sarana. By the way, I thought he played really well from the games that I saw. But he just like, at some point, you get to certain like if you don't have like one of the top ratings, like then you just end up playing really, really tough opposition. So then it's hard to win. But yeah, there will be a million players on 7 points, and I'll wish everybody good luck with their with their tie breaks.
Before you go, just a couple more questions. What's next for you? What's on the agenda?
I've been on the road for 3 weeks now, or it will be 3 weeks tomorrow. So I'll go back home to Norway, get some rest, which is much needed and I think quite deserved as well after this event.
And my next question is, obviously, we're going to find out soon as well who gets the ticket for Las Vegas. my issue is this, Magnus. At the closing party, half of the field won't be able to go into any of the nightclubs. Any thoughts on what you're going to do with the likes of, some of the Indian prodigies? You're going to have to play a bit of blitz outside by the pool or something like that.
I'm fine. I'm not much of a clubber these days, so...
Everybody's growing up too fast.
We all are, yeah.
We all are. Well, look, what can we say? I think he deserves a massive round of applause for just... We've witnessed history, and I think, Jan-Henrik was here also earlier. I think the future of this sport, the future of this variant is very bright, and everybody enjoyed watching it. So can't wait to see what the future holds. But for now, you must be exhausted. We're going to let you go. Enjoy the win, and hopefully see you again very soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. We'll be on a break. We'll be right back. But there you have it. Magnus Carlsen, history maker, 9 out of 9. Welcome back, everybody. We just had Magnus Carlsen here after his historic 9 out of 9 performance. What just an unbelievable tournament, unbelievable moment for chess, for this particular variant, for everybody involved. We still do have one very important game ongoing. However, it does look as though the chances for Parham to win and secure his place for Las Vegas are thin, to say the least. In fact, the truth of the matter is, this is a draw, this position. Parham's going to try. He better not try too hard. Over-pressing and losing here would be beyond a catastrophe.
Yeah, because who knows? He played Magnus,
yes,
right? And that should help for his Buchholz.
Exactly. And just so everybody's clear, that is how the position is going to be determined. It's Buchholz. It's all to do with, I believe, the aggregate of your opponent's scores, right?
Yes.
I think that's it. So we have to wait for all the games to finish. I could be wrong. We'll get a confirmation on the tiebreak formula.
And look at that graphic. How winning Black was, yeah? It just showed, and we have seen Magnus was also completely out of his mind that, oh no, this only had to do with the nerves. Yeah, this is just crazy. Poor Parham. It's a heartbreak for him if he doesn't win this game. It's a heartbreak, of course, for Vincent, who is in a much worse situation because he's out of this group of players tying for the second place. And Lanier, it looks like he's saving, and who knows? But he wasn't up there, so I don't know. This Buchholz stuff usually helps the players who were on the top, but we don't know. It's also a matter of luck. There is so much luck involved. King F7 on the board.
Yeah.
And Rook G5 played King F6.
And Rook G8. This is his idea. And then if Rook F3 check, you can actually lose because there's Rook F8. And then, wow, I mean, you go back and there's just nothing to be done here. Rook G6.
Also, the players are getting the 30 seconds increment, so
yeah,
this is
about as drawish as it can be in a rook ending. Lenier is not going to mess this up. He's going to play Rook G6, and soon they're going to start thinking about ending proceedings or check is good. Also
yeah, king
good.
d6, rook g5. Yeah, you can just put the rook on g5. The king can never be activated. Then the e5 pawn is falling.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
The players are getting new score sheets.
Parham knows.
Well, everything is written on Parham's face. Well, it would be interesting if our producers would provide us the information that, for example, prior to this round, this tiebreak 1 criteria, how did it look? Because then we would actually get some, maybe something. It's written on chess results, I think, but of course everything changes. Everything changes and everything is so close. Can we just read one more time who were the players who are tying so far on 7 points? I think it was also Yesipenko who actually lost to Vincent in the first round, but now he won against Jobava. Caruana, Yesipenko, Sarana, Arjun Agassi, Frederick Svane, Dominguez and Parham. If this ends in a draw, and Rapport versus Mamedov, whoever wins that game can also be there. So what a crazy mess.
But let's just look at Parham. He's really upset. Yeah, he just knows, and he knows. He's gutted. He's absolutely gutted.
Well, we are wishing every player luck with the tiebreak, but knowing the game what Parham played yesterday against Magnus and playing today, I believe that the chess community is kind of hoping or rooting for Parham to get lucky, right?
Oh, I'm gutted for him. I'm just gutted. He knows.
What a performance.
Gutted. Absolutely gutted for him. Okay.
Yeah.
They're laughing at each other. They know there's nothing left to do here. I think he's going to make a move and offer a draw. I think at some point you've got to end the suffering. King e6. And yeah, just any move.
Yeah, Lenier looks at the score sheet because there will be also threefold repetition kind of things. He doesn't, should I even calculate, but there is nothing to calculate. He knows also that black can't escape. Rook g6 check, king e7. But the typical agenda, we have been covering Max Todlu, Parham's games so closely, that's why we have it in our hearts. But if we ask the other players who reached 7, they also have their own story. Yeah, for example, there is the handshake. Incredible, Lenier says like amazing, and Parham cannot believe. How could he have not win this position?
Incredible. Absolutely gutted for Parham. Yesterday came so close against Magnus, had chances. Today, he just needed to convert one winning position that he would convert 9 times out of 10 under normal circumstances. But the nerves failed him. And what that means is we have got an almighty mess. We don't know who has finished second and has got that ticket to Las Vegas. We need to do some calculations, but we will know soon. There are the results from round 9.
Yes, and now we see that how important it was for Arjun to win that game against Jordan. Fabiano wins a very big game, but he can kind of relax. He's in the Grand Slam in Las Vegas. Sarana winning with the black pieces and surviving that scare that we were told about, castling illegally and then had to move the rook, got 2 minutes punishment, but probably his position was so overwhelming that it did not matter. And Andrei Yesipenko against Badur Jobava, also a heartbreak to Badur Jobava. He has played a fantastic event. Just remember that crazy game yesterday against Fabiano Caruana. That was insane. What an endgame. Maybe one of the most craziest endgame we have ever witnessed.
Indeed, and we still have Rapport Mamedov going on, but...
Yeah, probably we have to check that out, because this is very important. Whoever wins that game gets also into the mix, but this is very drawish. This is a total heartbreak for both players, because they're also not making it. And then imagine suddenly one of the players would have had the best tiebreak, for example. They realize afterwards. Yeah, it's just completely crazy. King f3 played. Rauf is still trying something, but knight d5 is coming.
Knight d5, rook d4 will be played.
And then you eliminate the bishop, and you can never lose.
Just don't go into the king and pawn ending.
Yes, you just trade.
Even that's a draw. Even that's draw.
Yes, but
king
I mean,
f2.
there is a handshake after knight takes f4. There's nothing to play for. What a tournament it was.
Yeah, it was.
And who knows, actually we have to say, no, that if some tiebreak is equal on Buchholz, then there will be a tiebreak match. Isn't it? Can we get the confirmation? I think that's what we got. That's the information we got.
That's what Magnus said, isn't it? Yes.
Wow, so who knows?
Who knows? Now, however, and there is a big however, this is what I'm going to recommend, that everybody keep an eye out for tweets, especially from the Grenke tournament, official tournament, chess.com and other organizations, because we're going to have to do some calculations to work out exactly who goes through and whether there'll be a tie break. But for now, we are being instructed that this is us saying, well, our chance to say thank you, but also to say goodbye. First and foremost, we must congratulate Magnus Carlsen once again for an historic 9 out of 9 perfect result here in Karlsruhe. He wins 25 freestyle chess points for the tour, 60,000 euros, and etches his name even more into history, and his legacy expands beyond what was even, possible. He's managed to add something else to his CV. And when will the motivation stop? When will this guy slow down? It's just an amazing feat. If there is a playoff, we will be back. All right. So my suggestion, as I say, keep your eye out on social media, because there will be an announcement. And if there is a playoff, you better believe it, we'll be back. If we're not, then it's a huge thank you once again for everybody who's been joining us since day one. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here, an honor to be alongside the great Peter Lecko. Thanks again to all of the production team, everybody behind the scenes, the local organization, or handling all the logistics, making sure the players are happy. It's been a seamlessly effortless production, and everybody I've spoken to has been over the moon and satisfied with everything here. It's been one of the highlights of the year. If you want to play, I highly recommend you look at next year's edition. It's a unique event. You get to be around the greatest players in the world and witness history, potentially. Everybody that's been here this year has witnessed history. One word, the Grenke Open. Brandon Jacobson has actually won the main event in classical chess. And there's Ayam Aswath as well, might join him if he wins. So there might be a tie for the top. But for the moment, congratulations, Brandon Jacobson, for winning the Grenke Open. Peter, any last words?
Well, I would also like to thank you, Lawrence, for this wonderful coverage. I think we just enjoyed every single minute, every single game. Every round was epic. Yeah, we were really spoiled by fantastic chess. I would also like to congratulate all the players who participated in this Grenke Chess Festival. 2,996 players were here, and as you said, they witnessed history. Magnus Carlsen making 9 out of 9. My heart is kind of heartbroken for Vincent, but I'm also very happy and very proud of him. He was there on the big stage, playing on the very first board against Magnus Carlsen, the last decisive game. It was a fantastic fight. We have heard the spectators making a big standing ovation, applause, showing tribute for this incredible fight. He should be very proud of himself. He definitely gathered more and more fans with his fantastic performance. He showed one more time that in freestyle chess he's already up there, and one has to count with him in the Grand Slam. He's also fighting Magnus Carlsen with this extra 25 points, makes a giant step forward. Yeah. And also Fabiano, because Fabiano is in the mix, sharing and everything. I don't know how will be the point distribution exactly, but certainly he is closing the gap, or no, actually he's overpassing Vincent. So actually he will be the number 2 player in the overall standing after the Grenke Chess Festival. I encourage everyone to follow the whole Grand Slam. The overall standing, everything, it will be published on all the websites. We don't have yet the final graphics, clearly. The tournament is still in progress. It's an amazing tour. And thank you, everyone. Thank you for our audience watching it, being with us in this fantastic tournament. And we hope, like Jan-Henrik Büttner revealed, there is already incredible interest from other continents to organize tournaments like this, what we have just witnessed. We can't wait for that to continue. A big thank you from my side for everyone.
All right, well, that is us probably done. If there is a tie on the Buchholz, it means we will be back for the tie-break to see who gets through and wins that ticket for Vegas. But if not, once again, thanks so much for joining us. There's plenty more chess to come, though. You'd be mad to miss out. What an event. What a result. Magnus Carlsen. Is there any doubt now? The greatest of all time. We'll see you again soon.
Every chess master. Are you ready to make your move?